Welcome back, guys. JE Live, but a little bit different. I was dying to do this last week, and I was really upset that I couldn't. But I was driving back from Florida to New York, and so I missed my watch party that I really wanted to do with you guys. Well, we are back, and we are going to do a watch party tonight. So grab whatever beverage you like the most. Be sure to turn on NFL Network. Right now we have the Steelers up 23-6 on the Lions with a whole fourth quarter to go. Hopefully that goes by soon. And we'll be watching the Rams game together. I'll be answering your questions. We'll be having a fun time. Just very much looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to it for a while. So there's that. So welcome, everyone. Welcome, Kevin. Welcome, Young Ham. Welcome, buddy. What's up, Ace? How we doing? Why is my camera blurry? I know you didn't ask me that, but I'm asking myself that. So let me see if I can fix that. I don't know what's going on. It's annoying. Luckily, I can put this thing up while I try to figure this out. Let's see. Is that better? There we go. Yeah, I was not going to have that. Jesus. All right. I cannot stream the game. I do not have any. I don't own any rights to the game. I won't make any revenue off it, so I cannot unfortunately stream it. That's a way to get demonetized, so can't do that. But what's up, Opacity? Sorry I'm a bit late. You're not late. What's up, Henry? It's funny, Henry, when you put that, this isn't a charity fundraiser stream, by the way. The ticker's all messed up, so I'm gonna let's see. Yeah, I love how none of my settings saved from the last time, but that's cool. Yeah, I cannot wait. We have not watched a game together, so it's going to be a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to do that. I'm updating my ticker right now. What's up? How we all doing? Welcome, welcome. Mike, Bulldozer. So I'm just going to keep you guys updated. We're getting some stuff in. Who might play, etc. Let's see here. So according to Jordan Rodriguez, Micah Kaiser will wear the green dot today. He is playing. Traven Howard is also playing. Kenny Young is not playing, and neither is Troy Reeder. Let's see here. Burgess is going to play. It's his first live action since his injury, his ankle injury against the Bears. Robert Rochelle is active. Tristan Jackson will not play tonight due to a knee injury, which I don't know if you guys saw the article on Downtown Rams, but this kind of goes to show you why it's imperative for a guy like J.J. Koski to really show out. You know, I circled five things, five players rather, that really need to have a good game tonight, and one of them was Koski. Another guy is Bryson Hopkins, a guy that you guys have mentioned a lot. Bobby Evans is another one. So I definitely think, there are plenty of guys out there that really need to have a good game, or at least, give you kind of something to feel good about moving forward. As Boswell boots that through, 26-6 lead. Steelers are killing the Lions here in preseason. No, Wolford will not play. Let's catch up on this. Okay, Jake, where do you watch the game at? NFL Network. So it's on NFL Network right now. I have my TV over there. I would have it on one of these screens, but I want to be able to stream this in the lowest of latency that I can. That way we have like live reaction and stuff. It's not really a watch party if there's a major delay. So tried to make sure there wasn't a huge delay. And I'm watching it on cable instead of watching it, streaming it. Free W. I got busy with the wifey last night, so I didn't get a whole Madden stream, but I rewatched the entire 5 hours today, and whoa, that was brutal. Oh, yeah, I know. That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, I always tell people, I warn them, I'm like, you're watching me play Madden for the gameplay and to interact with me. You're not watching it to learn anything from me, because I'm not the best Madden player. Young Ham, do you have access to NFL Network on cable? Or do you not have cable? What's up, Nolan? Oof. That's brutal, Vector. Sorry to hear that. We'll try to make this just as fun. I know that's obviously difficult, but we'll try. I decided to skip the Rams game and watch it at home, but I'm going to SoFi tomorrow to watch the Niners-Chargers game. Hey, man, whatever works, right? I personally love watching the games at home. I also like being there, but I couldn't be there every game. There's a different experience to watching it at home for sure. Oh yeah, Kevin, I hear you. I mean, it was pretty brutal. We got pretty screwed over. I'm not gonna lie. Some of those. I mean, you saw all 5 hours of it. I don't know how you did it, but so I mean, we definitely got screwed over on that for sure. That was disgusting. I had like a fruit fly that landed on my keyboard, and I just started flicking it away, and then it exploded on my finger. Oh boy. I don't have cable. We just watch Netflix and Hulu, not much TV. All right, guys, just so you know, this is a watch party, but I'm not going to have the game. I don't have the proper. There we go. Can't talk already. This will be a good one. I don't have the proper authorization to, showcase that game. It's, I don't own it. It's not, I don't have legal rights to it. Can you get honestly, I'm not going to be honest. I'm going to be entirely honest with you. It might not even be a copyright claim. It could be a copyright strike. You get 3 of those and you're out of YouTube. So I'm staying far away from that. But if you want to check out the game, you don't have cable, you can go over to NFL.com. And you should be able to sign up for Game Pass. It's a 7-day free trial, and you can watch the game on there. It shouldn't be blacked out, so. Wow, this fly does not die. All right. Move it over there. Jeez. What's up, Joe? How we doing? Guys, make sure you're sharing this around. If you have a Rams friend, a fan that, likes the Rams, I'm sure they'd probably be interested. Then send them the link. The best thing to do when you like someone is tell one person. If everyone told one person that's in the stream right now, we'd have 70 viewers if they all simultaneously joined. That is the gift of word to mouth. Also, be sure to like this if you haven't already. We have 32 people in here, or actually 37. I can't really even tell. It's kind of fluctuating, but if you could do that, you know, that would be great. This fly does not want to die. The last live stream? What do you mean, the watch party? Because I decided I was going to visit my grandfather, and unfortunately I thought I was going to be home in time to do it, and I couldn't do it. Does anyone know when it's going to start? Oh, I guess they're going to go right to it. I don't know. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Who will be starting quarterback tonight? Perkins and Hodges. Yeah, that's a good answer. More fights in the stands than on the field? I would imagine so when you're mixing in Raiders fans. NFL Network better switch this to the Rams game. I think they're going to delay the Rams game, if I'm being honest. Just a little bit. But I think that's probably the course of action that they'll take. What's up, Cali Ram? What's up, Holden? Jake, check out my question. Yeah, guys, if I missed your question, just type it in, like, Jake, check out my question or something like that. If it gets too crazy, you might have to throw a, one of those super chats so it highlights it and I can tell. But right now, it's somewhat manageable. Jake, what do you think about Burgess, Kaiser, and Howard all playing tonight? I think it makes sense. You know, all three guys, struggled because of the injuries last year. I mean, Kaiser started off having a pretty solid year, then got hurt. Burgess was finding his stride and got hurt, was out for the year, and Traven Howard hasn't played in nearly 2 years. So it makes a lot of sense, I think, to get them some action. Obviously, in a perfect world, you don't want any of them to get hurt. You don't want to play them if you don't have to, but I feel like they really want to see Kaiser having the green dot. They want to see if he's worth, obviously keeping on the roster, first off, and second, how much potential he has moving forward, because they're going to have to make some tough decisions coming up here. And on top of it, you look at Traven Howard. This guy was going to start last year, and then he tears I think it was his Achilles. It was something like that. He was out for the whole year, and I get it. I totally understand it. I think it makes sense, and that's what I'll say. In that regard, I don't hate the idea of playing them. Also, guys, let me know if my mic is too loud. I can't adjust my mic volume, so I will do that. Perkins is going to start the game. What's up, Jason? No, it does not. Is Lawler going to play? They're showing Zach Wilson highlights. Apparently he looked good again today. Ooh. That was a good throw. On the rollout. Nice throw. Ooh, we threw 2 touchdowns. Okay. I see you, Zach Wilson. Damn. Looks good. Oh, yeah. Lawler was everywhere last week. He just basically lived in the backfield. Oh, bummer. Yeah, Mina Kimes does a great job. She was actually on our podcast. She was a guest on our podcast, Downtown Rams podcast. Yeah, Juju looked good, and J.R. Reed definitely looked good. You have to feel good about the Rams, getting those guys that are, in the back end of the secondary, guys that are expected to be backups or, trying to vie for a role, and they're playing the way they are. I mean, that's definitely some good stuff to see. I'm excited. I think tonight you want to see what you can get out of the running back room. I mean, I don't think ideally, you want to get more than what they did last week. I mean, we see it before. John Kelly's had some good preseason games going back a ways. Justin Davis, even a guy to date you a little bit. Trey Watts from Tulsa, the UDFA. So the Rams have actually gotten some good production out of their running backs in preseason. That's just notorious, but they haven't done it yet. So we'll see if that changes this time around. Wait, Mina is there? Or you mean last time? Yeah, Justin Fields, I'm not going to lie to you, number 75, the left tackle. If he already has a job and it's not really, it's not up for debate whether he's going to make the team, he should have put that guy in a blender. I mean, you wouldn't be hitting my quarterback if I was an offensive lineman. I'd be yeeting you to the sun. Jacob Harris punt? No, thank you. All right, guys, here we go. Finally, Matt Gay is going to kick it off, and we have Rams football in SoFi Stadium, and they are playing the Las Vegas Raiders. It wasn't too much of a delay. I think, what was it, 10:07 last week? I don't think that's too bad. Nathan Peterman is going to get the start. Ooh, and there's Traven Howard right away making a nice play on the ball. That's sideline to sideline speed. Former safety at TCU. You got to love to see that. All right, let's see what we get here. We got Lawler on the outside starting. Nice. Chris Garrett on the outside. Alumba's starting. Burgess is starting. I'm trying to see who's starting. I mean, it's hard. You know, I'm not there, but... Marquise Copeland out of Cincinnati is starting on the defensive line. Kaiser's starting. It's all blue. To answer your question, Joe. Oh, nice. Is that picked? Ooh. Juju Hughes almost caught that. A nice play, though. No interception, but that's a great play on the ball. Quick break on it. You'd like to see that. Juju Hughes having a nice camp. And nice preseason. Last week was impressive. He was covering old former Ram Derek Carrier, who the Rams traded for after the preseason in 2017. We're already going to commercial break. That's a nice 3-and-out by the Rams defense. Not bad. So Nathan Peterman is getting the start over Marcus Mariota. I'm a little surprised. Now, mind you, Marcus Mariota will back him up. Because from what I can see here on the depth chart, there's nobody else at quarterback for the Raiders. So it's going to be Peterman and Mariota. But yeah, not bad. No 20-play drives. Quick 3-and-out. Nice job. Getting to see Chris Garrett starting. Love it. Number 48. Let's get it. You guys hyped? You should be. Yeah, the Garrett sighting early on. Got to love that. But Traven Howard, exactly, right off the bat, first play of the game, and you see exactly what we've been talking about. His sideline-to-sideline speed isn't just, you know, a nice, cool thing to say, kind of loaded thing, like when you're talking about a player, yeah, he's got sideline-to-sideline speed. Traven Howard actually has sideline-to-sideline speed. So you could see that, you know, on display there. Got to love that. Raiders are not a playoff team, third in their division. NFL Network is a joke. Oof. Should have had the pick, though. Yeah, I definitely would have liked the interception there. But now, I mean, if you're looking in terms of silver linings, we get to see potentially Tutu Atwell on the punt return, so that would be cool. I'm confused. Didn't this already happen? Why they turn the Rams game off? I don't care about Dolphins preseason. What is happening? Wasn't this earlier? Why is this on? Are you kidding me right now? Jake Funk just had 2 carries for 6 yards, but we have a game that's literally been done for... What the hell is going on? Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. It's unreal. I don't have ABC 7. I live in upstate New York. Wait, are you saying it's on ABC? Never mind. I'm just gonna get it. Whatever. This is stupid. Hold on one sec, guys. I can't follow because they've decided to change. I have no words about how dumb this is. So dumb. Okay, well now I'll be able to stream it, and now it'll slow down my stream, so thanks a lot. Useless NFL Network. Wait, can you not watch it on Game Pass either? I don't understand what's going on. Did they... I don't understand what's going on, guys. I mean, I'll watch the... Whose idea was this? I mean, this is like ridiculous. I've never even seen this. I've never seen this. In all of my life watching sports, I've never seen such a debacle in this scheduling. Oh, well, it's NFL Total Access. I don't care. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is ludicrous. And by the way, I just signed up for this 7-day trial, which I'm sure they charged me $100 for Game Pass, and they're saying it's out of market and unavailable to watch live. I have no words. I waited all night to have this watch party with you guys, and I feel like I'm getting screwed over by the NFL. Is it on the actual ABC? 1 second, I'll check it. Nope, it's on the ABC if you're in LA. But over here, the Good Doctor's on, so that's not the Rams game. I mean, this is a total joke. This is unacceptable. This is absolutely ridiculous. I can't use VPN because I'm streaming this stream. If I use VPN, I lose you guys. If that makes sense. It disconnects me from the Wi-Fi. Not the Wi-Fi, but the Ethernet. And Quinn, ABC in New York is not ABC LA. It does not. It just shows right now the Good Doctor. That's all it's showing. I mean, I'm gonna try to find a way to get it. I cannot believe. What's the guide say? It says it comes on at 10:30 is the Rams and Raiders game. That's, I mean, that's this scheduling is the worst thing I've ever seen. All right, I got this. Someone's streaming it on YouTube. Oh wait, no, it's not YouTube. Never mind. Oh wait, it is. Okay. So apparently that link is how you can watch the stream right now. Until they put it on, until they get their head out of their ass. This is absolute crap. And normally I'm not a fan of spreading a illegal stream, but like I don't know what you expect people to do when they can't even watch it on any platform. It's just ridiculous. No one cares about total access right now. Nobody. We got 3rd and goal here. They scored a touchdown. I don't know how, but apparently they put together a long touchdown drive. Hopefully it's just a weird glitch in their but I don't know, because they're just going along like it's total access, even though on the guide it says Rams. I mean, they literally told us all week it would be Rams and Raiders. He looks short, but I can't see it because... Alright guys, message is pinned. The pinned message is the link to watch it before. I mean, it might get shut down at some point, but He looks down. That doesn't even look close. Yeah, guys, that doesn't even look close. Whoever decided this total access thing just absolutely has no idea what they're doing. I can't get over it. I hate horrible management, and that is absolute garbage. No idea what's going on with this telecast right now. 4th and goal. He did stop him. I thought Ernest got in there and held him down. Nice job from the rookie. Yeah. Lawler got in there. Ernest is the one that stopped him, but Lawler also deserves some credit on that. It's a great tackle, though. There we go. 4th and goal. They're going for it. Let's watch this defense step up. Oh, he got it. Impressive by Trey Regis from Louisiana Lafayette. He just dove right over everybody. So the Raiders scored. Oh, yeah, that's right, because they don't actually have their punter. So it probably wasn't that big of a drive because Matt Gay was supposed to punt. 7-0 Raiders. I don't know if they're going to keep it with the Rams and Raiders, but it does look like that game is back on NFL Network. All right, here we go. Perkins under center. Play action. Fake. Bootleg to Tutu Atwell, who gets kind of a weird tackle there by a former friend of the podcast, Keyshawn Nixon. Ugh. Definitely don't like to see that. It's a good play. It just I don't like that tackle. It's kind of horse collar, borderline horse collar. All right, we got 2nd and 9 here under center. Perkins hands it off. Ooh, we got a nice run from Jake Funk. Nice. Runs for about 14 on that play. You like to see that. Great pad level, breaking some tackles. Nice run by Jake Funk. Once again, runs in between the right guard, right tackle. There's the first contact. Breaks that tackle. Great pad level there. Gets past the second tackle, and then he just trips him up at the end. That's a nice run by Jake Funk, and it's why this team's probably not looking to get a veteran running back, because they really like him. Empty set formation here. Perkins takes what the defense gives him to Bryson Hopkins for about 4. All right, all right. Oh, we got a flag here. I don't know why, but we do. What's up, guys? Sorry I'm going play-by-play. I don't really know what to do because I don't know who can see the game and who can't. We got illegal use of hands on, it looks like, Tremaine Ankrum. Sean McVay doesn't understand why. I don't know. That seems a little... You could call it. You could not call it. I don't know. The refs always want to throw flags, so whatever. We'll see if it stays on NFL Network. I'll continue to use it as such, but we have a 1st and 20 now because of the call on Ankrum. We have Ankrum, Bobby Evans on the right side. Perkins in the gun. Funk with him. Hands it off to Funk about 2 yards there. Coleman Shelton is also in there. Trying to see who else. Chandler Brewer and Alaric Jackson. So that's your offensive line. Coleman Shelton's your center. Chandler Brewer's your left guard. Alaric Jackson at left tackle. He started the entire first game at left tackle. So they're pretty much going with their go-to backups there. Kendall Blanton is in. Steps up in the pocket, and that one's almost picked by Raider linebacker 53. Is that Kaiser White? Who is that? Javen White. Yeah, that's a disappointment there. Trying to get Koski, of course, complete. But yeah, it's disappointment because now you have 3rd and 18. You feel good about the Jake Funk run, and then, of course, that penalty kind of pushes you back, so annoying there. I think O'Connell is calling plays. Ooh, we got a run here. And Perkins gets back to the original line of scrimmage and takes a little bit of a late hit there out of bounds. Really annoying. So now Matt Gay is out to punt it because if you guys don't know, both Johnny Hecker and Corey Bajorquez are both out due to COVID. They didn't say they have COVID, but COVID contacts, Let's see what we get out of here out of Matt Gay punt. That is not bad. It's not the best, but it's not bad. And they get him out of bounds there. Not a huge return. Under 10 yards, I would say. And that's Dylan Stoner, the UDFA there, returning that. That was a little bit of a tough angle for Hopkins. Jordan pointed out that she liked what Jacob Harris did with his blocker on the far side. 44-yard punt for Matt Gay was the official on that. Yeah, the penalties really suck. I mean, you know, I kind of go back and forth on it. I understand why it was thrown. It could have not been called. I mean, it was one of those ticky-tack, you know. But so far, Tremaine Ancrum's had a really good camp from what everyone's been saying. And on top of that, he played really well last week in the preseason. So I'm not too worried about I'm not too worried about Tremaine Ancrum. By the way, guys, just want to point out and thank you. We just hit over 1,000 viewers, total viewers live. So appreciate you for helping me get to that point. Hopefully we can start really taking over it. But so far, yeah, the watch party is going pretty well. Aside from the fact NFL Network wanted to throw a wrench into our plans early on. I don't know how bad the O-line is, to be honest with you. I think it's hard. It's really, really hard to evaluate the offensive line. First off, Bobby Evans at the end of minicamp was your starting right guard. Now all of a sudden he's with a different unit. You know, I just think it's definitely hard to quantify that. On top of that, especially the running backs, really hard to evaluate the running backs. There's just not enough reps, so we'll see. I mean, I want to see them definitely bounce back from it for sure. Now we're going to see the defense here. We got a Lumba on the outside there, playing a little off. There's Kareem Moore in the slot. Had a nice rush from what appears to be... I mean, for a second, it looked like... Okay, Hughes got the tackle there. I don't disagree, and here's why. Because, you know, they really are sure about their starters. Anybody that they're not sure about is playing right now. So, I don't hate it as Marcel Aitman comes down with that. Pass interference on Bronte Harris there. Yeah, that's a mismatch there. You know, Bronte Harris is a little shorter. Marcel Aitman, big 6'4" receiver out of Oklahoma State. I mean, you like to see him play in that. Obviously, hope you'd make better play on the ball there. Nice tackle there by Ernest Jones, about a 5-yard gain for the Raiders. We'll see. I don't know who Groshek is, but... So we got both Ernest Brown and Bobby Brown in there. Pretty good run there for the Raiders' offensive line. It's going to be 3rd and manageable, or I think they might have gotten the first down on that. No, 3rd and 2. Okay. Leatherwood is in there out of Alabama. Yeah, Nugget, you have to keep in mind, though, they're playing very vanilla defense. They don't want to give out anything that they might use during the season. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. So we got 3rd and 2 here. Oh, nice play. There we go. Bobby Brown just absolutely took over that play. Ripped through the middle of the defense. Middle of the offensive line. Oh, he just absolutely baptized the running back. Yeah, I think they're punting that. And that's a really good play by Bobby Brown. The penetration right through the middle. And the Rams will get the ball back. We'll see if the Rams can muster an offensive drive. So Landon Akers and Tutu Atwell are back there to return it. Not really sure where that will go. Nice job by the Rams defense yet again. And that's a touchback. So the Rams will get at the 20-yard line. And we'll see Bryce Perkins in action after annoying commercial break. What are your guys' thoughts so far? Looks like we're good to go on NFL Network. It's been 10 minutes since the, scheduled time. But I think we're good. Yeah, I would rather them not have penalties on this drive. Yeah, it is funny that they drafted 2 Ernests and 2 Browns. Anyone that doesn't have cable can watch the game with that link that is pinned at the top of the chat. Love you too, Joe. Yes, please hit the like if you can. We got 80 people in here. If everyone hit the like, YouTube would push this thing out. We get a ton of people. That's how YouTube works, man. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, I think he's on, I want to say the 23rd or 24th out of 30 treatments. So he's moving through them. All right now, so Rams have the ball here. We got the same offensive line from what it looks like. And Bryce Perkins with Jake Funk next to him. In the gun, Perkins takes the defense, gives him with Koski. Nice play to Koski, about 4 yards. I think he's going to get... There's a penalty here. I think that's going to be a face mask. He might have hit the face mask there. We'll see. Nope. It's an illegal shift on the Rams, because, of course. Oh, boy. Yeah, Bobby Evans is not playing well. Yeah, I thought he hit the face mask, but I don't know. Would have been awesome if they stopped Regis, though. They could have stopped him at the goal line. That would have been awesome. So how's everyone doing on this Saturday night? Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it. I know there are other watch parties out there, and you chose to come to mine, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, are you kidding me? Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, Bobby Evans was a tackle prospect, but clearly he's not what they're looking for there because they're focusing with him at guard. Yeah, I hear you there. What's up, Coach? How we doing? Some guys like Evans get worse as vets. How does he look like a stud versus Mac and a dud every next year? Well, I'll be honest with you, and I've been saying it for a while, but I think we might have overrated him a little bit against Khalil Mack. I know we didn't give up a sack, but that I've said it so many times, so I'm sorry if I'm saying it again. It sounds like I'm lecturing people, but Sean McVay did an amazing job game planning for that game. He knew, obviously, a rookie in Bobby Evans was going to get worked by one of the best pass rushers in all of football in Khalil Mack. So what he did is every single play, he basically said, Tyler, you're going to go out there and you're going to chip the hell out of Khalil Mack. You're going to make sure Bobby Evans is able to, get his hands on Khalil Mack first off, and second, you're going to make sure every single play you give him a contact, you're going to redirect his movement, he's going to lose his leverage, and he's not going to be able to get to the quarterback because it's going to make Evans' job easier. So Evans at no point had a one-on-one matchup against Mack. That is why Evans looked as good as he did, because Sean McVay knew what he was doing. Sean McVay knew it was going to be a problem, so he said, Tyler Higbee, you're going to chip him every single play, and Tyler did that. So that's how. And unfortunately, I don't think many people realize that. So, of course, it's like, oh, come on, Evans, you did well against Mack, but he didn't do horrible against Mack, but he had a lot of help. And that's a great catch by Landon Akers there in tight coverage. Nice throw by Perkins, outside shoulder there. And that's going to take that down to, I believe, 2nd and 7 here. So a gain of 8 on that play. What's up, Frankie? How we doing? Sean West, being from New York, what made you become a Rams fan, Jake? My father actually grew up in Irvine, California, and raised me to become a Rams fan. That's the short story. His next door neighbor was Jim Youngblood, so that's also part of the longer story on that. Hands it off, Jake Funk there. I like that. He's moving through the contact, although he gets absolutely body slammed there. Gets about a yard. So we're going to get 3rd and 6. Great, sir. How are you? Great night to watch any ball game. Absolutely agree. Coach, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I'm just vibing. I'm just chilling with you guys. Just drinking a nice cold sparkling ice, and that's really it. How's it going, Dan? So Koski, did he get the first there? Let's see. Are we sure about that spot? Good, go for it. Under center, we got Xavier Jones in the backfield. Oh, and they get it. Perkins with the QB sneak. Love it. Nice job, Rams. Being aggressive. Staying on the field. You got to see more of this offense. You can't punt that back. We need to see more of this offense. We did not get to see enough of it last week. We were not going to be able to see a lot of it if they just had to punt it away. So I like that. That's one of those things where it's not just a game decision. They don't care about winning this game. But they're like, no, I need to evaluate Perkins. I need to evaluate this offense. Agree. Here we go. Perkins is going deep down the field here. And he's going to go to Atwell, but a nice play there on the ball, broken up. I like that they're testing deep down the field. You do see the limitations, though, with Perkins, Perkins' arm, of course. It died. That's a really nice play on the ball there by Javen White, who's already made some plays. Ooh, the keeper here, Perkins, is going to take a hard hit to the sternum. But I believe he got about 5 there. It's going to be a 3rd and 5. To me, this is 4-down territory, though. You want to keep evaluating this offense. You can't keep them off the field, So I think this is absolutely 4th-down territory. It's a nice block by Funk. You're absolutely right, D. Watts. Here we go. 3rd and 6, they're saying. In the gun here. Got Jake Funk next to him. Running trips. So we got trips formation here. Oh, he gets the... Oh, nice. The escapability from Perkins. And he almost had Koski. And that's what you got to like about Perkins. Most quarterbacks are going down on that first hit. He stays alive. He's trying to orchestrate this. This is great by him, upper body strength. But he's trying to orchestrate this, get Koski out there. And there's just not enough time. I totally see where his head was going, though. And, I mean, that's just ridiculous. He's getting absolute... He hardly had any time. And now Matt Gay is going to punt it away. Not really what you wanted to see, but this isn't a bad punt by Matt Gay. And even better return there. Stopped by Traven Howard on the hands team. So, yeah, that's a bummer. But I definitely see what he's trying to do. DJ Turner, the return man there. Yeah, I like what Perkins was doing because the play had been broken down and he's at this point trying to improvise like he's Russell Wilson. The problem is Koski has to do a better job of keeping his eyes up. He's basically, at this point, I don't even know if he's blocked. I don't know what he was trying to do, but he was not paying attention. If he paid attention, Perk might have been able to kind of lift that up there, and Koski is a bigger receiver at 6'1", 6'2". He wouldn't be able to reach up and get that ball, and then who knows what happens. But unfortunately, we're going to head over to the defensive side of the ball. Bummer to not, convert there. And if you didn't notice, the stream viewers go way down when the Rams are not on offense. But early on, very interesting to see Jake Funk getting the start. Xavier Jones backing him up. So that's something that's interesting. Yeah, I did like him keeping the play alive as well. Yeah, and I think Koski's had a good camp so far. They like him, but he needs to step up, and that was not the best. When you're desperately trying to make a roster, those are the things. And that's a win for Perkins. Keep in mind, the play is dead, right? He's dead to rights. The offensive line failed him, and so he is a guy right in his face. All he can do at that point is eat it. Either eat it, take the sack, break out of it, and try to make something happen or throw an interception. Perkins is going to get good knocks on that. He's going to get good marks on film because they're going to look at this and say, okay, Perkins, you broke out of the sack. The play was already dead. And then what he did very smartly is he veered off to the sidelines. So while he could have tried to run for a first, at worst, he's staying towards the sidelines so he can throw it away. But when he saw Koski there, he was trying to loft it to give Koski an opportunity to make a play. So they'll go back and watch the the highlights on that, or they'll go back and watch the film on that, and they'll give Perkins a good mark. And those are the things I like about Bryce Perkins. He does that. So now we're back on defense here. Oh, and that's tipped and picked. Chris Garrett with the forcing the interception there, and that is picked off by J.R. Reed. What a play. That's the way you respond. That was awesome. I watched it all the way through. Chris Garrett getting his hand in there and knocking that pass up. That's a great play by Chris Garrett. And then, of course, J.R. Reed catches the wobbly ball. So the Rams are going to get right back out there on offense, and you love to see it. That's some good stuff. Very good stuff. Chris Garrett, man. Yeah, Garrett, he got the start. Play action here. Perkins pump fake. He sees, he fires, and he's got J.J. Koski. How about that? He goes right back to J.J. Koski on this one for a huge gain. And the Rams are driving here, and they're about to be in the red zone. So this is how the momentum shifts. Even though we're talking preseason, you like the response. You get a really nice play from your rookie 7th-round pass rusher. And now the Rams are in business here. Got Koski. You still have Atwell in there. They're moving Atwell in motion here. Believe that looks like Jacob Harris on the outside, but I can't really tell. And Xavier Jones takes it for about 2 there. Definitely want to see the Rams push through and be able to score on this. Be sure, if you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button with the thumbs up. I would really appreciate it, and the YouTube algorithm will help me. On top of that, be sure to subscribe if you like this. All right, we got shotgun here, 2nd and 8. Nice, going to dump it off here. And that is Xavier Jones, who's going to get the first down and more. His receiving ability out of the backfield is something I've mentioned. I did like that ability at SMU. This is a nice dump off here. Nothing too crazy, but get it to your running back. He's got the lane. There you go, first down. And it's now 1st and goal. You got to like that from X, but you got to like that especially from Perkins. And the thing is, a lot of guys like Perkins will try to do too much because they see themselves as like, all right, I'm a long shot to make the team. So they try to get crazy. Coaches want to see you do that. They want to see you dump off. They want to see you make the best play possible. Oh, lofts it in the air, and it's a touchdown to Kendall Blanton. Perkins puts the Rams on the board. Blanton gets 2 feet in bounds. He catches his first touchdown pass since 2019 preseason against the Houston Texans when John Wolford lofted in the back of the end zone for Blanton back then. So this is great to see. He just gets out, and he slips the coverage there. Finds a soft spot in the zone, and there's just not much there. And that's a nice job by Perkins as well. Not putting too much velocity on it because if you try to, fit it in a tight window, well, you're going to get a convening type of defense there. He threw it where no one was, and they made the play. So, nice touchdown there. Touchdown getting a booth review. That's Madden. Great way to respond for the Rams, man. 7-7, you got to like that. I know it's a preseason game, but Saw some really good things out of, Xavier Jones, saw some good things out of Perkins. And, of course, to start this drive, you have to go back. You have to look at the 7th-round pick in Chris Garrett, who was able to get the tipped pass, which was then picked off by J.R. Reed, who was having an outstanding camp and preseason. Had a great preseason last week. Quite frankly, I'd be shocked if he doesn't make the team. But, yeah, I would definitely say that. And Kendall Blanton showing more flashes than Bryson Hopkins. Yeah, Blanton had a few highlight reel plays that they put on their social media. They like the kid out of Mizzou, UDFA, who spent all last year on the practice squad. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe he made the roster and Hopkins is the guy that's on the practice squad this year. We will see. But, yeah, amazing what happens with no penalties. Gotta love that. But, yeah, no, that's definitely some good stuff to see there. And, I like watching Perkins. He just looks comfortable, man. I think that's really what it comes down to, Bryce Perkins looks comfortable, and that's a really good thing to have in a young quarterback that has not had any preseason play. Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong, it's shorter, right? The field is shorter. They got a turnover. It's always easier to score coming off a turnover. The field flips, all of that. But you have to give credit where credit's due, and that was a really nice throw. And the thing I love so much about that drive, it started on the back of them throwing right to J.J. Koski. So Perkins didn't hold him accountable for the last play. He just said, you know what, I'm going to go right back to him. You know who does that? Russell Wilson. He'll throw a pass, and he'll throw, say, to Tyler Lockett or David Moore or whoever. They'll drop it, and then he'll go right back to that that wide receiver, instilling the confidence that he still has in that receiver. It's a little thing that I always notice, and I can see when guys have that in college or not. Perkins has that. That was a really nice throw to Koski, and it really set up the rest of that drive. 4 plays, 40 yards, and in no time, the Rams had tied this ball game up here, in the middle of the second quarter. So we'll see now. This defense is feeling good. The offense just scored. Things look good. The Rams, had a back-and-forth joint practice. The Raiders showed up. The Rams showed up. At this point, there's not too many starters in there. I don't even think Burgess is in at this point. But you got to like what you've seen. So, yeah, SoFi looks crazy good. And the Raiders will take it here. All right. Let's see who's under center now. Peterman's coming back out there with Trey Regis. So we'll get to see this defense again. I think they might have to make a tough decision and keep Bryce Perkins, even though they might lose another guy. I don't think they can afford to try and sneak Bryce Perkins on the practice squad. They've done too much developing with him to just let him go. And I think he'll go to Seattle, if you want my honest opinion. That familiarity with Shane Waldron, I think he's as good as gone if they do that. And there's another great play. Chris Garrett going in there and getting the stop on Trey Regis. That is a beautiful play, back-to-back bangers for Chris Garrett, forces a turnover, and then just absolutely tears through. You're going to put a wide receiver on him? Oh, no, sir. It does not matter that he played in D2. He's actually really showed out, and if you guys remember, I've been hyping him up. He was one of my favorite picks in the entire draft. Those are the types of guys I love drafting in the 7th round, and that's, let's see here. Or lost his man there. They come back. Nice throw there to Turner. And they have a first down. But that was a great play by Chris Garrett. Got to tell you. DJ Turner with the grab there. What's up, Richard? How we doing? Chris Garrett could end up getting some run this year. I don't think he's going to play a ton, but him starting this game is definitely... It's definitely a good sign. And there's Garrett getting in there, and Garrett is going to have a half sack with Jonah Williams, another guy I keep bringing up there. Jonah Williams and Chris Garrett both got in there to force the sack. You love to see this. Yeah, I'm scoring it half and half there. They originally gave it to Jonah Williams, but that, I would say, definitely half sack there. Ooh, and that's tipped again. Was that Garrett again? Almost had a pick there, Kaiser. And Garrett tipped that again. If you guys are keeping score at home, that's 2 tips, a tackle for a loss, and well, that's 2 tackle for a loss, and a half sack. Oh, he is so gassed right. Oh my God, Garrett just forced the fumble. Wow. He looked so gassed, and yet he still just forced a fumble. He is all over the place. So last week was Lawler. This week is Chris Garrett. That means I'm super hyped because I get to see my guy doing work. Oh my God. That's a full sack for Garrett. What a... So Tutu Atwell is going to take that from the 25, and Garrett is doing work. Oof. Who is 77? He is getting worked. Oh, Patrick Omame. That's probably why. Man, that was fun to watch that sequence. Here we go. Bryce Perkins in the gun. Hands it off, and ooh, that's a nice hole there. Xavier Jones with the first down and more. He's finally getting some opportunity. Had the pulling guy. That was a good block by Evans. Great block by Ankrum as well. It's the same offensive line, by the way. They're rolling with those guys all the way through all the way through the first half at the very least, it looks like. Perkins, back to pass. He's going for it. Oh, he's got Atwell, who tiptoes his way for a first down. And they didn't screw him over on the spot. Chris Garrett is why, by the way, you don't draft a kicker in the 7th round. You don't waste a 7th round pick on Sam Sloman. Oh, that was a nice... Atwell keeps getting himself in weird positions, man. Oh, thanks, Substance. Appreciate you. Always appreciate the donations. Hopkins has to do a better job blocking that. Oh. Who's 33? Oh, Roderick Teamer. I remember him. All right, 2nd and 12 here. We're a little bit past the 50. Perkins in the gun. Gonna dump it off. And we got Xavier Jones, slippery in space, showing you what he can do and getting that first down. But I saw a flag come in, so I'm sure it'll be some BS hold. There we go. I'm curious. I mean, it has to be on the offense, right? Where they threw that flag was not good. Unreal, man. Unreal. Block in the back. Let me see this. Whatever. All right, do we think the Rams are that undisciplined and the Raiders aren't? Or are we just getting more flags thrown the Rams' way with 5 for 39 and the Raiders getting 0? Do you think the Raiders haven't committed any penalties? Like, come on. Oh, nice catch. It's Jeremiah Haydell. Okay, I guess that's incomplete. So now we have 3rd and 22. Oh, I don't know why. Well, to be fair, the cameramen look like they're in preseason form right now because they made me think that was completed, and he never at any point caught that. All right, here we go. Perkins in the gun here. 3rd and 22. They're going to play pretty much prevent here and run it. Funk had a nice run there. I wish, he would have tried to bounce it out. Go for it. The way your defense is playing, I'd go for it every time. What do you guys think? Should they go for it? Because, I mean, I think so. I like that they brought it up. Tanner Muse knocked down Matt Gay, and he's saying that they should have called that. It's not malicious, but they should have called that. Matt Gay's last punt was 50 yards. His punt before that was 43, 34. So he's getting better as time goes on. Yeah, I like this. This is smart. Your defense is killing it. It's 4th and 8. Go for it. You're right around that no man's land. This is preseason. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. And we're going to see Perkins now. Nice throw. He's got Koski for a first down. And we're starting to see Koski get comfortable having this, building this rapport with Bryce Perkins. So you definitely like to see that. Definitely. I like how aggressive they're being. I mean, this is preseason, If it wasn't 4th down, I would have tested Jacob Harris down the field. But you really want to continue to evaluate these guys. You want to get more opportunities for them. Makes a lot of sense. You're probably not going to see Atwell in the 3rd quarter. You're probably not going to see Jacob Harris. So you want to see how long you can extend this drive. And hopefully, get an opportunity to get those guys in position and potentially make a play. That's a good play there on the ball by number 38. And that is Rasul Douglas, former West Virginia DB. He was all over Atwell, though, so I wonder if they'll throw this. Oh, God. I don't know if I agree with that. Unsportsmanlike conduct? Let's see. Oh, why are you taunting the Rams sideline? That doesn't make any sense. Why do that? All right, well, the drive extends. There's a 2:04 left in the game. It's tied 2:04 left in the first half. Rams tied 7-7. And they're driving. Under center we go. Xavier Jones in the backfield here. Hands it off. Jones. He's going to get about 5 there. Nice run, showing some patience. And then exploding through the hole. That's some nice creation there by Jones, creating yards that just simply weren't there. So it's going to be 2nd and 5, and they're going to go to an annoying commercial break at the 2-minute warning. Hope everyone is enjoying this. If you are, we have 62 likes. Let's keep this going. Let's have a like party. We're having a watch party. Let's have a like party. If you haven't already, throw those thumbs up, not actually in the air, but like hit the thumbs up button if you can. Also, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. We're getting there. We're moving up. I see the likes going up. Appreciate y'all. Where are we at right now in subscribers? Let's see. Where are we at? We are at 6,366. So pretty awesome. I'm really excited about that, and cannot wait to get to 7,000 and beyond, because I think during the season we're just going to take off. Right now, I feel really good about where we're at. So, yeah, I like what I'm seeing as well. They've really done a nice job of bouncing back. To answer your question, Sunshine, the center is, what's his name? I totally forgot his name. Blanking on it. Coleman Shelton. There we go. Want to see more Chris Garrett, but they may pull him for the night. That's true. They might do that. Hopefully they don't, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Some of these commercials are just whack. And the last time the Raiders beat the Rams, regular season or preseason? God, I'm not sure. Do you know? I think the last time they played, the Rams beat them on Monday Night Football, I want to say. And then before that, the Rams beat them 52-0. Oh, yeah, it would be huge. But, I mean, you have to keep in mind, when the Rams drafted him, they envisioned a guy that they could develop. He's a ball of clay, a very, raw pass rusher that you're getting in the 7th round. So you're getting him on a very cheap contract, rookie deal, but a guy that absolutely tormented D2. So the hope is that he's not just tormenting D2 because he's so much more physically imposing than everyone else. The hope is that he has the technique, he has, the work ethic and all of that, and that's why it was working. And it looks pretty good right now against NFL competition. This isn't D2 anymore. He's going up against legit NFL competition. Patrick Omame has been in the league for years. So the fact that he's, dusting him, that's a good look. So 2nd and 6 here. 2-minute warning hit. So we're coming back from the 2-minute warning. Play clock is at 19 and counting. And the Rams are in the red zone. Under center here, probably going to run it with Jake. No, that's Xavier Jones. So bounces the outside. Xavier Jones carries it, and he might have a touchdown there. That was a great run by Xavier Jones. reading the tackle, seeing that he's going to have to bounce this to the outside. Really like that run. They're calling Tremaine Ankrum for the hold. Yeah, all right. Yeah, he hooked him. It is kind of annoying, though, that they're going to call it every time, but okay. That's a shame. Xavier Jones really had a nice run there. Wow, guys, we're over the 100 viewer mark at a time. Appreciate you. It's been a minute since that happened, so definitely enjoy seeing that. Second and 16. Ooh, Tutu Atwell makes the catch. Brought down by Amik Robertson from Louisiana Tech. Man, can that guy lay the wood. It's not a bad throw, but it's just one of those things where it's like you run a play like that, now it's still 3rd and long. You want to get to at least 3rd and manageable here. A huge bummer, though, with that. I mean, a huge bummer with the hold. That really sucks. What's up, Wyatt? How we doing? I like Koski, too. Oh, my Lord. They called the timeout. It's 3rd and 13. O'Connell wanted to get a shot to talk with his quarterback. Bryce Perkins is 10 of 15 for 69 yards and a touchdown. Jake Funk has 6 carries for 37 yards. And J.J. Koski's your leading receiver with 4 catches for 27 yards. So that is the Rams' offense right now, according to that. There's the bubble screen everyone loves so much to Landon Akers. And the Rams are going to kick a field goal here. They're going to ask Matt Gay to do something that he is paid to do normally. So Steven Wertel is going to be the holder. Normally it would be Hecker. Orzak to Wertel to Gay. And we have 3 for the Rams. And they come away with a 10-7 lead. So, yeah, that's definitely disappointing. It does take a little bit of the wind out of your sails because you just saw, Xavier Jones. So you're thinking all of a sudden, okay, yeah, scored a touchdown potentially. That's really good look from the backup running back, but then, comes back due to a hold. Keep this up, though. Keep this in mind, is that just because these guys are struggling to run with this offensive line does not mean that they're going to struggle to run with the starting offensive line. This is not the Rams offensive line that will start week 1. So if you are worried about this, keep this in mind. They'll never be playing all as one cohesive unit unless there's a massive injury plague. So the thing to always, think about is this. When a guy like Tremaine Ankrum is struggling next to Bobby Evans or Bobby Evans vice versa, all those guys are playing as a collective unit. During the season, basically what you get with, as far as depth is concerned, is you're getting guys that will be plugged in next to starting caliber players. So when Andrew Whitworth goes down, or somebody like that goes down, you have a Noteboom, or you have Ankrum, or you have Evans, and they're playing with all sorts of guys. They're not playing with a bunch of guys that could or could not make the roster. That is what I can't stress enough. So, obviously it's annoying. It's disappointing for sure. You don't want to see it, but it's also not the end of the world, and that is not going to be your offensive line come week 1 of the NFL season. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that play either. No, I think we've seen, some good stuff out of the Rams. I think the second half will be fun. It's competitive, The Rams are dominating their defenses anyway, so. Man, I say just keep Chris Garrett out there and have him just get all these reps. 12 plays, 56 yards, ends in a field goal because of an annoying offensive hold. What's up, Pineapples? How we doing? Yeah, I definitely want to see more Chris Garrett. Probably. I mean, I would assume they'll pull some guys before the second half. So we got Nathan Peterman is still out there, so we'll likely see Mariota in the second half, or they're going to give the whole game to Peterman, which is weird, to say the least. 1st and 10 here. Raiders out of the shotgun. We do have Chris Garrett in there. And nice tackle by Kareem Orr. I don't know what they're doing right now. It's 2nd and 7, and they just stopped the clock, but there was no timeout called. Or maybe there was. I mean, I can't really tell what's going on. The Rams called the timeout. Okay. Lawler's still out there, but he's been relatively quiet. To be fair, I think Lawler's going up against, if I'm not mistaken, he's going up against one of the better tackle prospects in the past draft, Alex Leatherwood, who's playing right tackle. So that does kind of explain that. Well, now he's not in there, so. He got some push there. Ooh, Garrett almost had him. He's absolutely dominating his guy, man. Leatherwood is not garbage. So now Garrett comes out. John Daka comes in. Great play. J.R. Reed, who was absolutely balling in the secondary. And that's going to be 3rd and 10 here with Peterman. Garrett's going up against Patrick Omame, who is actually an NFL veteran. Patrick Omame has been in the league since 2013, so that's saying a lot. There's Daka, who's struggling at the point of attack. Ooh, we got a hold there. I don't know what they'll call it, but a clear hold on Ernest Brown the fourth. There's Burgess making a play. Yeah, it was pretty obvious. Otherwise, Ernest Brown the fourth was about to make a play there. Yeah, Omame has been on the Niners, the Bucks, the Bears, the Jaguars, the Giants, the Jaguars, the Saints, the Raiders, the Saints, the Chiefs, and now he's back with the Raiders. Leatherwood is not Gallery. They're nothing alike at all. I think that's going to be kick-catch interference. Raymond Calais I definitely thought was bumped there. There's a flag. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think that's going to be a... You have to give him more space than that. You absolutely can't contact him when he's already done the... I'm confused what's happening. They got an unnecessary roughness call, but I'm just not really sure. Ooh. All right, so they're going to punt it again. I'm not complaining. Kind of weird, but... I thought they would have gotten kick-catch interference because he clearly made... He made the sign. I mean, he did the fair catch signal. All right, well, the Rams will get the ball here. 26 seconds to go, and they're probably just going to knee it. I would prefer them to actually try and get something together, maybe get a field goal at the end, but we all know how this ends. Even if it's preseason, they're going to be like, well, we don't want to put anyone into jeopardy of getting hurt. It's like, well, that's what preseason is in general, so I don't know. I did not. Oh, they're actually going to go for it? In the gun here? They're probably going to hand it off, but... Oh, they're going for it. Okay. Perkins. Escapes. Escapes again. Ooh. He got hit immediately after that. It's a pretty What is he doing? Oh my god, man. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's just like, why are you calling that? Like, I don't know. It's every play they're calling something. Oh my god. 6 penalties. Jesus. All right. Well, so that's going to be the second. That's going to be the first half. Rams lead 10-7 at the break. So far, it's been a fun watch for the most part. Saw some good, saw some bad, mostly good. Like what you're seeing out of Bryce Perkins, his ability, his escapability is fully on display. Not to mention, you're getting some great contributions out of your 7th-round rookie pass rusher in Chris Garrett, who has, I believe, a sack and a half, a forced fumble, 3 tackles for a loss, and he batted 2 passes in the air, one of which was picked. So, I think you have to like that. Aside from that, I think the running backs have more confidence this week. Definitely see that. They're not as worried about bouncing it out to the outside. They started the game off with Jake Funk as opposed to Xavier Jones, which is a little bit of a surprise, kind of a deep fake there. But all in all, I think they both look pretty solid. I think we'll probably see Raymond Calais, and potentially Otis Anderson in the second. So that has been that, and we'll just wait for the second half to get underway. But while we wait, if anyone has any questions that they've been holding, be sure to throw them my way. Yeah, Koski was definitely a favorite target. Also, we've close to 2-hour mark, and we have broken 3,000 views. So appreciate you guys for helping us get over 3,000. It's been a long time coming. I think the last time, the most I've ever had on a live stream, I think we went over 11,000 during one of the post-Stafford trade live streams. So this has definitely been a lot of fun. 3K is definitely something to be happy about, so I really do appreciate it. Again, we have 78 likes. We have 88 people in here. If you guys could all like this, it would really help me out, especially if you have not subscribed. Be sure to do that as well. I put out all sorts of Rams content. Normally, I try to not be too biased, but recently I just kind of feel like the subscriber base is so Rams-friendly that I'm just trying to put out the best content I can for the majority of the listener and the viewership. So pretty much I always say it's 80, what did I say? 75% Rams, 25% everything else. That is my channel in a nutshell. During the season, it will certainly feel like it's a lot, but I do cover the MCU on here. I do put horror movie stuff together, do all sorts of content, but we really focus on the Rams on this channel. So if you're interested in that, be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Oh yeah, Roland Williams is great. I actually had him on the Downtown Rams podcast. He was a fun interview. Chris Garrett did all that in the preseason. Imagine what he'll do next to Aaron Donald. Exactly. Biggest takeaway, Chris Garrett is good enough to make the team. Definitely agree with that. What I found in the first half, Chris Garrett is a god. Think Perkins gets used to Taysom Hill style. I mean, I hope that's how they kind of use him. I think he could be that. And I think they're going to have to make a tough decision here. They're probably going to have to keep him. I'm sorry, I watched Alex Magoo today play for the Seahawks and throw 2 interceptions. No. The Seahawks are going to claim Bryce Perkins if the Rams cut him. Just fair warning there. I think Perkins could have another drive. I don't know. I mean, to me, the way I see it is that they know he is the third guy. He wouldn't be playing this much over Hodges if he wasn't known as the third guy. But the question is there a third guy on the roster? Because if there is, then you have to make the tough decision, like, I don't want Perkins to get hurt if we plan on putting him on the roster. So that's also, you know, a thing. I think they do want to get Hodges some reps, and if he makes the roster, Hodges could be on the practice squad. So, you know, that's definitely a possibility there. Seahawks have had 2 players carted off the field. Terrible. That's awful. If we cut Perkins, we will never see him again. You're right about that. So do we let Perkins have one more drive? Koski was a favorite target because of his route running. I met him and his son at USC, Syracuse guy. Oh, yeah. No, you're right about that. Roland still lives in that area, even though he went to Syracuse. Let's see what we got here. I definitely think it's fair. I mean, do you really see Garrett missing the cut? I mean, I think Garrett clearly is going to make the roster. So if it was ever in question, tonight silenced that, but I don't think it ever really was in question. I think they always planned on him making the roster. He's another guy where, again, you have a target on your back. When you're a good football team, people know that you know how to develop these guys. You generate a reputation. And when you generate that reputation, a good one at that, people are looking at your Corey Littletons of the league that you've created because you've developed as UDFAs and turned them into studs. And they're looking at Chris Garrett and they're like, this is a 7th-round pick. And if he doesn't make the team, we know that they're trying to get him on the practice squad. We know the Rams are a top team, and if he couldn't make that roster, it doesn't necessarily reflect anything bad on him. It's just how big that roster is. So, you know, if you're a team on the outside looking in, like the Texans, you could be like, man, this guy could be in our rotation. He might be able to even start for us at some point. If you're one of the, you know, lesser teams in the league, yeah, you're going to look at that and be like, I'll take Chris Garrett. So that's the thing, is that you already have a target on your back because you're a good team. And furthermore, you have a lot of coordinators out there and coaches out there that you've put out there because they've been in your building and you've pushed them to the next level. Zach Taylor, Matt LaFleur, Joe Barry, also in Green Bay with Matt LaFleur. The Lions, I mean, let's talk about the Detroit Rams for a second. You know, they have your second in command, Brad Holmes. They have Aubrey Pleasant in the back end of the secondary. You know, obviously they added, you know, Brockers and they have Goff and all those guys, but that's something to keep in mind. You know, I mean, I think the biggest one for me is with Waldron and Andy Dickerson, who was the assistant offensive line coach, now moving over to the Seattle Seahawks as the run game coordinator. Those two work in tandem, and they know these guys. So like a guy like Koski, I think, is very much in play to be picked up by the Seattle Seahawks. You know, a guy like Perkins is very much in play to be picked up by the Seattle Seahawks because not only Waldron, but also, you know, Andy Dickerson. You know, they coach these guys. They know these guys. Another one, Chandler Brewer, you know, last year. Certain guys like that, offensive lineman, especially because of Andy Dickerson's role as an assistant offensive line coach, I definitely think that, you know, Seattle is a team to watch. Plus, they're a rival. I mean, what rival doesn't want to take a player away? I mean, look what the Rams did with the Cardinals. The Cardinals never saw Marquise Christian again, and they spent a 5th-round pick on him. They tried to sneak him on the practice squad. The Rams got him. They played him the week they played the Cardinals that year, and then he was on the Rams like the foreseeable future. The Cardinals never saw him again, so it's entirely realistic to be worried about teams plucking your players if you try to sneak him on the practice squad. So I think a guy like Garrett has solidified his role, and I think Perkins might have solidified his role. I won't say solidified. That's going to be a tough call to make, but I definitely think they're having that internal discussion. If we brought Perkins onto the 53, is there a way to incorporate him in the offense? Could he have a Taysom Hill type of role? We see the escapability, we see the running ability, we see the agility and his improvisational skills where, of course, if he has the ball and, if there's a play downfield in a trick play situation, this guy can make that throw. Is this somebody we want to keep on the 53? And for me, I do think it's very reasonable to think that maybe Perkins makes this team. I'm not saying it's 100% going to happen, as this fly just is like trying to get my mouth while I'm talking. Really irritating. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's definitely a reasonable thing to start considering here. Now, on the flip side of it, Bryson Hopkins I'm a little worried about right now because he really hasn't done a whole lot. No tight end really has, but Blanton did just catch a touchdown. Blanton's been out there. Jacob Harris has been out there in a very limited capacity. And Hopkins missed a key block on that bubble screen to Tutu Atwell that blew up the play. So you want to see more out of him. I know he has the potential, but there is some concern now that he's been pigeonholed into that blocking role. And if he can't block, that's going to be a problem. Well, Garrett plays a different position than Brockers, but I mean, I think the potential is there to be a very, very good player for sure. What's up, Dave? Yeah, the Bills look good this year. Rhodes reminds me of a Devin White early days. We've seen Harris, but he's been on TV, so to speak. He just hasn't had a catch. I know, 3 quarterbacks on the 53. I mean, really, you got to extend the 53-man roster. It's ridiculous to have 53. That might be close. Does he have a losing preseason record? Have you seen a Super Bowl ring? I have, actually. So, years ago, when the New Orleans Saints won the Super Bowl, their owner gave a Super Bowl ring. He had one made for every single former Saint to ever play for the organization that was still alive. So Cephas Weatherspoon got one. He played, I think, in the 80s or the 70s. And Weatherspoon played for the Saints. He didn't win a Super Bowl with them, but he got a Super Bowl ring because, like I just mentioned. So I was at a Rams party. I was actually at Leroy Irvin's birthday party for his 60th. And at Leroy Irvin's party, Cephas Weatherspoon was there, and he let me try on his Super Bowl ring, which was crazy. So yeah, I have actually seen a Super Bowl ring before I've tried it on. I tried on Reggie Doss's, Rams NFC championship ring. They're all really nicely made. It's pretty crazy jewelry there. Somebody that has become somewhat of a has somewhat of an intrigue in jewelry lately since I started wearing my chain. Like, I don't even remember when, but I can definitely vouch for those being the real deal for sure. I actually interviewed Justin Watson at the Senior Bowl. And funny enough, Blaine Grisak, who is the managing editor of Downtown Rams, he used to cover Justin Watson because he used to work for Penn. because Justin Watson is from UPenn, and that's where Blaine used to work. So the funny story there, I just figured I'd mention that. C.S. Wilson. I like Trubisky, man. I don't think he's a superstar, but I don't love the way he was, you know, I don't love the shake he got there. Hodges he has a helmet on. It looks like he's on the sideline to start. Bryce Perkins is going to remain in the game here, folks, so they definitely are giving him a huge look and opportunity. Perkins has clearly won the third role, and this is just to get him snaps he won't get in the regular season. There's a toss to Raymond Calais, who comes in, and he is stacked up there at the line of scrimmage by a bunch of Raiders. Richardson is the one that made the tackle. I'm here for sticking with Perkins. Like, you know, kind of like I was saying, to justify it. You know, he's not competing for the third. They're saying he is the third guy. What this is that they're giving him the reps that he's not going to get after this preseason, and they don't have 4 games to give him reps, so they need to make them all count. Here's Perkins in the gun here, and he's going to throw and get it over to, it looks like, Tutu Atwell is still in there at the start of the third quarter. Makes sense to get him reps too. You know, he's right now the 5th receiver on deck for the Rams. You want to get him receiving reps because he's going to get a lot of return reps during the regular season. I'm imagining he's going to be your starting punt returner. Tutu Atwell is. All right, so now it's 3rd and 1 here. You're likely going to get a run inside. And it's, they're in the gun here. Raymond Calais is next to him. He's going to hand it off to Calais, who barrels through for a first down, gets about 4 on that carry. And we have an injury there. Number 51 came up hobbled for the Raiders. Number 53, and that's a bummer there. That's Jameer White. Javen White. Javen White has had a really nice game, nearly had an interception. He's made a couple huge plays. Hate to see that. That's the knee. And he really tried to get up and start walking that off, and he just could not put any weight on it after that. Well, Anthony, what I will say in regards to that, and I do think Drew Brees is the first ballot Hall of Famer, Darth. What I'll say in regards to that is that, Tutu Atwell isn't being used in the way that you want to see him be used, right? He's not getting those big plays down the field. He's not getting those opportunities. So he's making the most of them. And, I'll just say this. It's the preseason. Bryce Perkins are really trying to force him to work, short and intermediate routes, get comfortable. And Perkins, his arm is a little limited. I do believe he can make the big throw downfield, but right now I think they're trying to work and really hone his ability in the short and intermediate game. I think they really want him to focus on getting better in the short and intermediate game, and they really want to focus on him, developing as a short and intermediate game passer, because this is all learning. These are live reps, but these are preseason reps, and if they're going to stick with him in the third quarter, they've already, like I've already said, they see him ahead of Devlin Hodges. And so for that reason, they want to see him work more and they want to get him more opportunities. And this could be a coachable moment for him and develop him. So, in my opinion, that's probably why they've gone with more the short and intermediate game type of stuff. His ball kind of flutters a little bit. That's my only concern. It does make plays like that a little bit worrisome, but he is very comfortable in the pocket. He's comfortable outside the pocket, and he's comfortable making plays off schedule, which is what you like to see out of Perkins there. Javen White. He's having a good preseason game. He's the backup to Corey Littleton on the depth chart. I think Calais makes the roster, to be honest with you. He's really well suited, I think, for the kick return role. And I just don't think you can keep like 8 receivers or 7 receivers like they want to. So, I mean, in my opinion, I think Calais gets the kick return job, and I think you're looking at Tutu Atwell getting the punt return job. It's weird. He kind of landed the best way you can land in that situation, so I was a little surprised there. There's the handoff. Calais, he's stacked up immediately. Number 78. That's Niles Scott with the play. He was giving Brian Allen some... well, no, I actually think Brian Allen was doing a good job against him. I think that's what I saw during the week. Well, Garrett and Lawler might not get the start coming out in the second half because they might feel really good about them. There's the dump off there. We got Calais in space. That's what you like to see. There's going to be a hold there, I believe, on Bryson Hopkins. He's annoying. I don't like this ref at all. So Hopkins with the hold, and Calais is hurt. Tutu Atwell's gimpy, too. That's not good. So Hopkins is called for offensive pass interference, and then Calais gets hurt on a meaningless play then. That's not good. He needs like actual help to get off the field. That does not look good at all. He's got 2 people helping him. Atwell's checked out, but I think he's going to be okay. He actually walked off on his own power. But by the way, this is a huge issue I have with throwing these flags like crazy. So you're saying 2 players just got hurt on a meaningless play. That's essentially what you're telling me. 2 players just got hurt on a meaningless play. It's annoying. Empty set formation here. 2nd and 20, Hopkins. He gets some pressure right up the middle, and he sees a lane he's going to run. Nice block there by Jake Funk. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage, and we're going to be looking at a 3rd and about 9-yard gain there. So, and there's of course there's a penalty here, so we'll see what this is. It was a nice scramble. I like to see him take off. They just love throwing flags, man. This is utterly insane. So Tutu is getting his ankle wrapped, so I guess they want... Perkins gets decked there. And at this point, you have Cameron Meredith in there. And Tremaine Ancrum's actually out of the game. I don't know what Bobby Evans is doing, guys. This is, I mean, this is really bad. I don't even know if Bobby Evans is going to make the roster, to be honest with you. Nice special teams play. Jacob Harris and Bryson Hopkins both bring the man down there. Good punt by Gay. Yeah, I'll let you guys know about Tremaine Ankrum, but it sounds to me like he did get hurt, so I hope he's okay. All right, well. What's up, Angelette? How we doing? Welcome to stream. The USB on the front of the PS5 will charge an iPhone. The more you know. So Trey Regis gets about 8. We got Chris Garrett on the sidelines. They're walking a fine line with him because, I mean, he's had a great game, but they don't want... I think he's going to actually contribute this year. That's a great play there. We have John Daka getting in there. The UDFA was cut by the Jets out of James Madison. John Daka getting in there for the tackle for a loss behind the line of scrimmage. We got 3rd and 4 here. Rams defense trying to hold Vegas here. And there's a first down because I don't know what was happening there, but the Raiders get number 81 there on the easy slant. Gervais had to chase him down. I don't know if that was a broken... I don't know if that was broken coverage by Gervais, but there was nobody out there, so it might have been Gervais's guy. All right, we're now under center. Peterman's still in there. 9 minutes in the third. Under center. Gervais is now in at linebacker. And we get a sack right there by Eric Banks at a UTSA. The UDFA actually was coached by defensive line coach Eric Henderson at UTSA. And now here he is making a play. And it's just, he just ate the right guard alive. Nothing to do there. Sorry, right tackle. Christian Roseboom is also back out there. It's Roseboom. It's a good, it's a good play by Banks. And that's broken up there. Nice hit on the ball by Juju Hughes. And we got a 3rd and long here for Nathan Peterman and the Raiders. That's a funny that's a funny nickname. Let's go Toothpick. They just put Ernest Brown on the outside there. Oh, and he's tripped up, and a great play there by John Daka, who just made 2 pretty solid plays in the backfield on that drive. It's going to be 4th and 18, and we're going to see the punt return unit come up. I don't know if we're going to see Tutu Atwell, though, who actually went down with an injury. But a nice trip up there by Daka, who was able to make that play coming off his block, disengaging. Honestly, looked like he was about to have a forced fumble, too. 46, I don't know how he held on to that. And Tutu is not there. It's Otis Anderson who is going to get the fair catch. So hopefully Tutu Atwell is okay. I didn't really know why they had him there in the 3rd quarter anyway. But not a bad play by John Daka. And I think we'll likely see Hodges. I don't know if Perkins is going to get another run, but if he does get another run for the offense, I'm all for it. So what is so guys, let me ask you this. If the Rams were to cut Bobby Evans, who is going to replace Bobby Evans? Because I had him on the roster. I had him making the 53. But his play is so bad against a lot of these guys are like 3rd stringers for the Raiders. At some point or another, somebody's going to have to come in and replace him. So who do you think replaces him? Because I think, there are guys that I already had making the team. Maybe it means somebody like, say, Alaric Jackson makes the roster that wasn't going to initially make the roster. Maybe it means somebody like Cameron Meredith makes the roster, UDFA, that wasn't necessarily going to make the roster. Or maybe it means the Rams have to go out and they have to go and get another guy outside of the facility. This is not good that Bobby Evans has... his play is nosedived off a cliff. And I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the pick at all, to be honest with you, but there's audio for that. There's actual video evidence of that. We did a live draft stream. It was me, Alexis, and I think it was just me and Alexis the year in 2019. We did it right here in this studio, my office studio at home, and we both hated that pick, so... Steal someone from a practice squad. I think it's Meredith or Jackson, or they go, outside, but I don't think that there's really anyone else that makes sense. All right, so in the gun here, Perkins is back out, And he's going deep, and he's going to test the defense. And we're going to get an interception. They were going for 2-2 Atwell. I don't mind it at all. You know, trying to test the defense there. Number 39 is going to come down with the interception, who is feeling very good about himself. I mean, that was in triple coverage. I don't mind them testing it, though. You know, the defense playing well. Definitely a bummer, but I don't even see a 39 on the roster, so I must be seeing it wrong. Must be 38 Rasul Douglas. That's my thought, you know. And that's one of those plays, I bet they're like, all right, Perk, let's see what you got. Just let's give 2-2 Atwell a shot. By the way, Austin Blythe, former Ram, is out. Oh, there's Peterman going for a bunch of yards. That was a weird play. Finally hit there. But J.R. Reed. No, I agree with you. Triple coverage and everything, yeah. But, you know, you're just trying to give your player a play, you know. And the problem is that 2-2 Atwell, you want to be able to see what he can do over the top. So, I mean, I get it. It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. It definitely, it just feels to me like the coaches were just like, all right, Bryce, let's see what you can do. You know, make a big play downfield, or at least attempt it. So, it's so stupid. Offsetting penalties. Then why the hell did you even call anything? Nothing came of it. And that's my thought process, imagination. Yeah, Austin Blythe is hurt. He's going to have sports hernia surgery. He'll be ready for week 1, but I also don't think he's going to start. So, but yeah, former Ram Austin Blythe, he's going to miss the rest of preseason. I just saw it come up, so I figured I'd pass it along. Gets about 5 there. There's a flag again. Yeah, Talib's fun. I like him on the mic. Ernest Brown on the right side. Nice play there by Gervais, getting over, making the play. Apparently, it seems like the refs really want everybody to see what they're doing. Here we go. 2nd and 13 here. In the gun. Another stop by Gervais. Actually, don't scratch that. That was Christian Roseboom there. It's going to be a 3rd and short. About a 3rd and 3. Okay, 3rd and 4 here. Around 6 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. If Calais is hurt, then Otis Anderson definitely has a shot to crack the roster. Things just opened up for him. We got Jonah Williams, Marquise Copeland. Got Doc on the outside with Ernest Brown. Brown, I thought he had him there. Nice catch by J.R. Reed, and that is going to be 4th down. Nice tackle, I mean. They're going to go for 4th and 1 here with about 5 minutes to go. Peterman rolling the entire game? Are they benching? Like, are they benching Mariota outright, or are they going to actually just... Peterman's is going to be the guy? Very interesting. Really makes you wonder why they didn't keep Kyle Sloter, but whatever. Oh, of course there's a... Okay, there's a timeout. I thought they threw another penalty. What's not true, Renee? Was 39. It's weird. I didn't even see a 39 on their roster. Here we go. 4th and 1. Big stop here. And nope. Nice tackle by Gervais. Coming over, making the play. But that's going to move the chains. Good decision for the Raiders. I would have done the same thing. Play action. Nice block. There's a nice stop from Michael Hoyt. There's Chris Garrett back out there. They're getting him some more playing time. Troy Warner just checked into the game. He's playing strong safety there. J.R. Reed playing free. Nice pressure. Peterman runs. He's going to be brought down. Ooh, the ball came out. The camera angle was throwing me off. Roseboom knocked that out, but I think he was already down. Yeah, he was already down. And it was helmet to helmet. Okay, they just announced that Mariota is the emergency quarterback. So they really want Peterman to go the distance. Once again, this is where I will say, and I'll stick up for my guy because he came on my show. He's a friend of mine. I don't know why they couldn't have given Kyle Sloter an opportunity instead of trotting out Nathan Peterman for 4 quarters, but that's just me. We're so worried about the game clock right now. It's kind of funny. All right, here we go. 3rd and 4. Rams defense trying to hold them. Oh, and that should have been picked off. Roseboom made a nice play, though, in coverage. It's going to be 4th and 4. Hold him to a field goal. Nice job, Roseboom, stepping in there. Oh, that shouldn't have been picked. It's hard from the angle I'm watching it on. That's just a really nice play. Swatting it away. Are they going to go for it? You don't want ties, of course, so maybe they will. No, okay. They're not going to go for it. They're going to kick a field goal here. The refs just took Roseboom aside and said he had to get checked out for a concussion, so he's going in the tent right now. Really weird situation there, too. It looked like he was getting thrown out of the game in a sense, but no, it's a precautionary thing. And there is the kick, and that is good. We're tied all up at 10. Carlson kicks that through. So it's 10-10, 2:34 to go in the 3rd. All right, chat, you tell me who's coming out for the Rams at quarterback. So, Raymond Calais, official word from the Rams is that he is questionable to return the game due to an ankle injury. I'm trying to find out anything on Ankrum, but yeah, I know. I understand. I don't know, man. I would probably just have... I'd have Perkins go the rest of the way. It's tough. It's like you want to get Hodges some game tape, but keep this in mind, guys. Hodges has game tape. Hodges started 8 games in the NFL. Perkins does not have game tape. I don't think this is about putting out Perkins' film. I think this is about truly getting him reps he just hasn't had. I think giving him this game, the next, and keeping Hodges just in case makes a lot of sense. But I mean, I would start Perkins all the way through. It's a business, you know. You don't have to play everybody. I mean, come on, let's not act like Jeff Fisher gave Austin Davis any sort of opportunity to try to win a job. They treated him like crap in the preseason. And Perkins is under center to start this series, which I'm definitely not complaining about. Hands it off. Xavier Jones is going to get about a yard, if even. Refs making this a 4-hour game. By the way, we went over 4,000 viewers, so appreciate you guys. Chandler Brewer playing at right tackle. And by the way, to me, that says all you need to know. They won't even play Evans at right tackle in the preseason. There's Landon Akers, who stays in bounds, and I think he got that first down. The second effort is going to get him the first down there. That is a first down for Landon Akers. Nice job. I like him, man. And I think the Rams can bring him back onto the practice squad. He's shown a little bit. I don't think... Yeah, he didn't go out of bounds. Ooh, bootleg here. Nice Perkins to Landon Akers. There we go. Yeah, you know, definitely like Akers. You can't keep him, unfortunately. They just have too many guys, but he's going to make a play. And I don't think, as long as he doesn't blow up too much, the Rams can keep him on the practice squad. There are too many guys. Like Koski, I think. Ooh, and Perkins is starting to like Landon Akers a little bit too much there, throwing that up. Amik Robertson played that really well. If you watch, he's all over him, but he lets him go in the 5-yard frame. It's exactly what you want to see out of your young, feisty cornerback. Perkins changing at the line. Under center here. Hands it off. Xavier Jones. Having a hard time running on the right side since Ankrum got checked out of the game. That's a good question. I'm going to check up the league schedule right now and get back to you on that. Because I think the deadline comes up pretty soon. August 31st, teams have until 4 p.m. Eastern time to cut their roster down from 80 players to 53 players. They had to cut down to 85, but because down to 80. Okay. All right. So August 24th on Tuesday, So Tuesday, August 24th, the Rams have to cut down to 80 players. So there's going to be 5 more cuts within now and then. I don't think they're going to bring back Todd Gurley. Thank you so much, AZZA. Appreciate you. Hey, you know, it's been a lot of fun, and I think, you know, doing those podcasts and doing all the stuff that I have been doing with Downtown Rams has allowed me to have such a engaging and fun platform, because it's expanded and it's allowed people who've never followed me before, they've been able to find me. So I do really appreciate that. It's people like you that found me. Now we go with the bubble screen here, and, you know, they're going to be short here. I like what they're doing. I guess Perkins is coming out. He's trying to plead his way to stay on the field. They look like they're going to punt it here. Went to 2-2 Atwell on the bubble. I don't mind it. Needs to have a little bit. 1 block away from him springing that. Sean McVay, it looks like he's going to keep him out there. I like it. 4th and 2. Keep him going. I love the aggressiveness. Plus, you're in no man's land right now. It's like your defense is playing well. I understand it's a close game, but timeout from Sean McVay. Yeah. No one picked up Peterson yet. Yeah, I guess it is 12:30 my time. I mean, you know, we try to stay awake, and what did we do, guys, the other night? What was it? Until 2 or 3 a.m. playing Madden? You know. It's funny, my viewership is all over the place. This screen's telling me I have 89. This one's telling me I have 83. My screen right now is telling me I have 69. Oh, now it says 76. All over the place. Pretty crazy. All right, here we go. 4th and 2. This could be the last bunch we get from Bryce Perkins here now in the 4th quarter. 4th and 2 in the gun. He's going to look, and he's going to fire, and he did not. I don't know what he was doing with that. That's a bummer. He had Akers down the sideline, and he actually had Atwell coming across, and he just missed communication there. Bummer for Bryce Perkins, who has had a pretty solid game so far. I mean, keep in mind, he's been pretty limited within the scope of how they're calling it, but, you know, they're just really trying desperately not to show their hand. Yeah, I don't really like that 2-2 Atwell still out there. I understand the thought process behind it, but I don't really want him out there after suffering a little bit of a scare injury-wise. Oh, I see what's happening here. I think Atwell was supposed to stop. But like I said, it was a miscommunication. He had 2 guys. Actually, he might have had 3 guys open. It was just one of those, bummer type of plays that you do see every now and then. Ooh, Daka came in hot there. That's going to be picked off. Bronte Harris is going to pick that one off. Not the best coverage there, but Bronte Harris was in the vicinity, and because it got tipped up in the air, he was able to make a play on it. So got to give him credit for making that play. That was not the best coverage, though. Let's see. Oh, you know what? No. I'm going to give Bronte a shot here. So Bronte actually had some good coverage. It looks like that's actually really funny. It looks like he was pushed off. So number 18 for the Raiders, number 18, Keelan Doss, actually pushed off of Bronte Harris, tipped the play, tipped the pass up in the air, and Bronte made a play. That's hilarious. I don't think I've seen that. Ooh, nice throw by Perkins. And he goes to J.J. Koski over the middle for a first down. Perkins is back out there once again. Ooh, there's the run. Jake Funk. He breaks one there, and they're past midfield. Best run of the night for Jake Funk. Best run of the night in general. So it's going to be at the 45-yard line. The Rams are driving here with Bryce Perkins. Play action fake, and he's going to roll out. Nice throw, and it's caught by Bryson Hopkins, who is going to make the catch for a first down. Like to see that. Bryson Hopkins getting open out near the sidelines. Watch this route for Hopkins. This is a good drive. And you know what I like about these calls by the offensive coordinator, Kevin O'Connell? You know, a way to get a guy comfortable like this is to get him on the boot. And right now, these bootlegs are really getting Perkins comfortable as he botches, it looks like, the read option there. I mean, it was a botched handoff. I'm not going to put too much fault in anybody on that. Yeah, Bryce Perkins actually made a smart play there because, like he's saying, that was not going to be good. Well, Ben DiNucci threw 3 interceptions today. That's not very good. Bryce Perkins, empty set formation. You got Landon Akers there. You got 2-2 as well. And he's being chased already. This is just an awful showing from the offensive line. I mean, that's just not good. You don't want to see that. Yeah. So 3rd and 13. He does a great job of that. Bryce Perkins does not want to take a sack. But more importantly is I feel like he does a nice job of living to play another down. We got Jacob Harris in there. Oh my god, another flag. Oh, Rams timeout, okay. It was a really nice play to Bryson Hopkins. Love that dart to J.J. Koski, and then, of course, the touchdown to Kendall Blanton. There's the bubble screen to 2-2 Atwell. They're going to kick a field goal here. And try to take the lead. Well, here is my thoughts on Harris, just in case you guys are interested to know why I think Harris, while he's been used a little bit, he hasn't been used a ton. So with Harris, I think he's going to have a significant role this year on this offense, and I think because of it, the Rams are kind of wrestling. That got blocked. Well, they blocked the field goal, so it's still 10-10. That's annoying. Yeah, it got blocked. Anyway, so that's annoying. So I guess my thought process on Jacob Harris is that he's going to have a significant role in the offense this year, and so the Rams are kind of having a tug-of-war with themselves about, you know, how much can you play a guy like that, because you don't want to tape your hand how much you're going to use him, but at the same time you want to get him some experience. So I think by having him out there, not, you know, utilizing him too much, you're not showing your hand too much, so to speak. So I do think it makes sense, just kind of watching, you know, how they've been using Hopkins tonight, using him as a blocker, having him run routes every now and then. It just seems to me like they're not showing everything that he can do, and I think there's a reason for that. So for those of you who are looking for a big showcase game after watching Pat Freiermuth have 2 touchdowns for the Steelers, you're hoping for a big game out of, Jacob Harris. I don't think the Rams are planning to show their hand too much on that. The screen was so the team wouldn't fall out of the field goal range and still have a chance to pick up the first down. Agreed with that. Hey, Jake, sorry I'm late. I've been watching the game. What about these penalties, though? You know, it's undisciplined play, of course, from the offensive linemen, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm okay with them throwing this many flags. I think that there's a time and a place, and I do feel like the refs are really... they're being ticky-tack to another level. And I'm not trying to say that they're super biased against the Rams, but you want to tell me that the Raiders are that much more disciplined? I'm not buying it. So, I don't know. I'm not really a huge fan of the flags constantly being thrown personally. There's a run there, and Gervais comes up to make a gang tackle there. It's going to be 2nd and 8. What do you mean a whole new playbook? There's a nice tackle. So it's going to be 3rd and about 1. I'm waiting. Nolan, I'm waiting for you to react in your normal way of reacting. Yup, that I was waiting for that. Oh, he just got the first down. That's a bummer. Troy Warner was there. Yeah, I don't see Paris Ford making it. Maybe the practice squad, but I'd rather keep Troy Warner at this point. That's a bummer. I thought, Troy Warner he was there. If somebody helped him gang tackle that guy, that would have been 4th down. The crayons are out. Well, the more you know. Oof. Oh, man. It's a huge play for Regis. It's a nice play by Peterman, but that's a bummer. When you get in there, you want to make a play. Warner is the one that gets the stop, but they should have had that. They're not running the same plays as last year, Anthony. They're running a vanilla offense and defense because they don't want to show their hand. They're not the same plays at all. The best way to describe it is preseason essentially allows these guys to play their game without worrying about a system or a scheme. Unless you're, of course, wearing the green dot and you're calling the plays and they're doing stuff like that. But that's why, the players play. Guys really step up when, they're called upon. That's what preseason is. That's why Regis is playing well. He's a good football player, But they're not going to run all sorts of these crazy elaborate offenses and things like that. And that's why the yards, and they're not moving the ball at will because they're just not even trying to. And that is a touchdown. And unfortunately, Donovan Olumba might have just given up the game on this one. Marcel Aitman with the touchdown catch. I mean, it wasn't that great of a throw by Peterman, but Marcel Aitman at some point or another really burned Donovan Olumba, which is a bummer because I thought, he's been playing not too bad. You know what? I think that definitely, I see what happened. It was a broken coverage. I think Olumba probably thought he had a different assignment because when he looked up and he realized he was the last line of defense, there's no one there. That's a bummer. .49 is probably going to get cut with that play. Yeah, that's not a good play. All right, well, we'll see. Who do you guys think? Is it going to be Perkins or is it going to be Hodges? Yeah, Gervais isn't having the best game. I think they'll hang on to him. He'll probably be part of the cut down to 53. I think he's a practice squad candidate. You guys are saying Duck Hodges. What about Howard the Duck? I'm not going to put too much stock into fanfare when I'm not there. I can't tell you for sure, but look at all those Rams fans in the end zone there. I don't know. That might have been Paris Ford, too. Gervais isn't too slow. Ford is too slow. Gervais is not too slow. It might be... I don't know. I think he's just having a bad game. I thought he played pretty well last week. Here's Otis Anderson. Gets to about the 23-yard line. The all blues kind of grew on me. Perkins is back in. Oh my lord, the flags. The flags. I'm getting a brain freeze practically. I hate looking at that dude's face. I'm sorry. I don't care how mean that sounds. Because the all blues look better on TV than the original all blues, the blueberry ones, did with the St. Louis Rams. That's why. Plus, they make the gradient on the pant leg makes sense. The stripe on the St. Louis Rams, all blues, didn't make any sense. All right, let's go. 1st and 15. Perkins is back out there in the gun. He throws it off. 2-2 Atwell is going to run. Gets helmet-to-helmet hit, but no flag, even though this referee crew loves throwing the flag. It's about 4 yards there. It's going to be, what, 2nd and 11? Like, I mean, come on, dude. That's obvious helmet to helmet, and they're missing that. Players' safety. Give me a break. It's 17-10 Raiders. In the gun, Perkins fires. He's going to find Landon Akers. Who else for the first down there? He's having a good game. I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, the referees aren't calling flags for the Raiders. I'm watching both offensive linemen having questionable hands to the face and all that. So, I don't know, man. It's hard to put penalties on. I think they call way too many flags as it is. So, 1st and 10 here. 36-yard line. Perkins over the top. He's going to find, it looks like Bryson Hopkins, who hangs on and then basically runs Hobbs out of bounds. Hopkins looking good now. He's got to be feeling it. That's 2 in a row. Although it looked like he was calling to the sidelines. It's a nice route by Hopkins, by the way. Getting open in between 2 defenders. A great touch on the pass by Perkins. They're moving the ball here near the midfield point. And there's another throw to who else? Oh, Landon Akers had it, but he didn't control the catch process, which to me still kind of, you could argue, was a catch and a fumble. Perkins is putting it on himself, though, so that's going to be 2nd and 10 at the 48-yard line. Ah, he's got to secure that. But you got to like the, well, it's weird. I feel like he fumbled it. I feel like it's a catch and a fumble, but. Thanks, Cricket. Yeah, I'm excited to watch every team, to be honest with you, so even your 49ers. Ooh, what kind of hit is that? Tanner Muse going headhunting there on J.J. Koski. So here we go. Perkins 3rd and 3 here. Trying to lead a game-winning drive because it is preseason and there's no chance that they score a touchdown that they're not going for 2. They do not want to tie. It's an unwritten rule. They don't tie in preseason. Throws a rocket, and it is caught by Koski. He's gone to Koski and Landon Akers a bunch of times, and there he is for the first down. Perkins looks really comfortable, has taken command of the offense. Nice throw, and literally all over Koski. As you can see, even the ball's tipped there, but what a just perfect throw there by Perkins, putting that velocity behind it. And McVay's loving it. Guys, that's a hell of a throw. Perkins' velocity is there. His ball velocity is there. Steps up. Ooh, he's going to get brought down. He didn't want to take a sack. Malcolm Kuntz out of Buffalo is the one with the sack there. Atwell is hurt again. This isn't good because he's sitting down and he's having a hard time getting up. And it's offsides, a rare penalty on the Raiders. Offsides here. I don't know. Atwell's injury didn't look too bad. So I think, I don't know if he got the wind knocked out of him or he just got put in a weird position, but he shouldn't have anything too bad there. Yeah, it looks like a lat injury potentially, so something that would hold him out of maybe next week's preseason game, but he would be back. There's the hit on Jacob Harris, who drops it. Like I said, they're using Jacob Harris sparingly because he's going to have a bigger role in the regular season. Like Talib just brought up, that's his first target of the day, Jacob Harris. Perkins in the gun, has Xavier Jones next to him. Xavier Jones, nice blitz pickup, and Akers has Hobbs all over him. Actually, sorry, that's not Hobbs. 38 is Razul Douglas. He's been tough today. Rasul Douglas has made a few nice plays. So here we go. 3rd and 10 here. Ball at the 27. Koski caught it. I don't know if he got the first down. The spot is probably going to tell you otherwise. That spot, wherever he's standing, is absolutely not where he caught it. It's absolutely not 4th and 2. That's just a horrible spot. Cricket, I think Trey Lance is the best quarterback in this draft. So if that's unbiased for you as a Rams fan, you know, everyone around here knows how I feel about Trey Lance. I think he's going to be an absolute nightmare for the next 10 years if you're a Rams, Seahawks, or Cardinals fan. They're going for it. Under center, bootleg. I think the plan was to have Perkins run for it, and he's going to get it and more. That is a huge play for Bryce Perkins. 4th and 2, the bootleg, and then he just takes it himself. Sean McVay gives his thumbs up of approval, and the Rams continue the drive. He is fast, man. That is not easy. All right, here you go. Here. 17-yard line after the Perkins keeper. 2:15 to go. Perkins in the gun. Gets the pass to Atwell, who's going to get about 5 on that. Oh, I agree. I think Lance is perfect for Kyle Shanahan. You have a bunch of guys that can get him, you know, you have a bunch of guys, you get the ball in space, and they can basically be running backs with the ball in their hands. I mean, I'm talking about Brandon Ayuk. I'm talking about Deebo Samuel. And he has George Kittle. He has a former running back converted to wide receiver in Jalen Hurd. And then you look at the running back room, having, you know, Raheem Mostert, and going out and getting my guy Trey Sermon in the draft in the 3rd round, late round pick, and Elijah Mitchell. Have to feel good about the 49ers if you're a Niners fan. That's why I have them as the number 2 team in the NFC West. I agree with that, Wilcox Sports. This is true, although I would start Lance tomorrow over Garoppolo, because I think he offers something that defenses don't know. They don't know how to defend him, the tendencies. All these teams know what Jimmy Garoppolo is. What team would you say has more talent than the Rams receiving core? I mean, you could argue with the Cowboys because, you know, the top 3 guys, Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and then they have Simi Fehoko. It's pretty good. That's like the only team that really comes to mind, though. I mean, the Dolphins are up there. You know, Albert Wilson, and then, you know, they have Jalen Waddle will likely be their starters to start the season because Will Fuller is suspended and, what's his name? Devontae Parker's hurt. But then they also have Preston Williams. That's a really deep receiver room. The Rams are really deep. Sorry, bug keeps flying in my direction. I mean, I guess the Tampa Bay Buccaneers having Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Antonio Brown as their 3 guys, and then they have Scotty Miller, and they have Jalen Darden and Justin Watson and Tyler Johnson. They're up there as well. Titans have a good one. Julio Jones, Antonio Brown. Not Antonio Brown, sorry. Julio Jones, A.J. Brown, Josh Reynolds, Des Fitzpatrick. All right, so 2nd and 6 here. We're going to have Bryce Perkins in the shotgun with Xavier Jones next to him. Koski, Atwell are your receivers out there. When he's going for the deep one here, and he almost had Jacob Harris, who actually dropped it. He threw it up for Harris to grab it, but could not come down with it. I like this play. I like him giving Jacob Harris a shot here. It's a tough play, but if Harris catches that, he actually ended up getting both feet. That needs to be caught, though. That's thrown exactly how it should have been thrown by Perkins. He had Levitt beat and definitely had him outclassed based on his size. But this is good. This is Harris getting, opportunity. He's going to learn from these mistakes, but you do want to see him obviously make that catch. Perkins now in the gun. 3rd and 6 here. Ooh, he's going to get pressure. He's going to run, and he's going to get about a yard. And kind of getting up a little gingerly there. Looks like he might have gotten a little bit of an extra lick there. 4th and 5, and well, this is now or never. Rams only have one timeout. They're not trying to get the ball back. The Raiders will run out the clock and win the preseason game. The Rams are treating this like it's a regular game. They do want to win this ball game. You can tell. See, here's the problem with Perkins is now he's getting pushed. He's getting guys pushed in his way. The pocket collapsed. He had to drop his eyes. Can't see Jacob Harris open downfield. That's the problem when you don't have that protection. By the way, we just went over 5,000 views for the stream. Appreciate you guys so very much. It's been a great stream. At least I think so. It's been a great watch party. We'll be doing it next week when the Rams play the Denver Broncos in preseason. All right, so 4th and 5 here. This is the game. Bryce Perkins is in the shotgun. He's got Xavier Jones next to him. Perkins is going to get hit. He escapes. Perkins is going to try to run for the first, and he's going to get it miraculously. And number 51 is down. That was a big-time play for Bryce Perkins. I hope 51's okay. But what a play by Bryce Perkins. The offensive line doing him no favors here. You're going to watch. This is the right side. Bobby Evans just absolutely gets eaten alive. And Perkins has to take off, breaks the tackle, and he gets the first. Huge play for Bryce Perkins to be able to do that. So 1st and goal, the Rams will call their final timeout, it looks like. And number 51 is Malcolm Kuntz. The 3rd-round pick out of Buffalo is out there, and he got hurt. Hopefully he's okay. Perkins playing the full game. You feel bad for Hodges, especially, they're both friends of the podcast. I've had Perkins on many times. I've had Hodges on before. But, it's a business, and they really want to get Perkins these reps, and it might speak volumes in the fact that they really want to keep him on the roster potentially. We go 1st and goal in the gun. He's getting pressured. I like this. He's going to get about 3 there, and it's going to be 2nd and very close here. Time is ticking, 40 seconds to go. Perkins is trying to hurry up the offense. Get to a huddle. Yeah, Bobby Evans is just not making it easy for Perkins to move up in the pocket. He's got a guy in his lap pretty much. 2nd and goal here, Perkins. And he's got Jacob Harris for the touchdown, and the Rams are going to go up. They have a chance to tie it up, but obviously they're going to go for 2. And Sean McVay's giving them the 2. You go to win this game. What a drive by Perkins. Let's see if they can cap this thing off and make it an exciting conclusion to this one. It was the weirdest looking touchdown ever. He went to celebrate and Levitt came over and just knocked the ball out. It's so weird. There we go. Jacob Harris with his first touchdown in the NFL. He goes back to him. Once again, that's Perkins going back to a guy that dropped a pass earlier. Now let's see if he can get the W here with 15 seconds to go. Perkins in the gun here. Last play of potentially the game. Perkins. And he misses Harris. The Raiders are going to hang on. I don't mind the throw there. It's a bummer, but I definitely don't mind that. It's going to be ball game. But I do like how Perkins gave him a shot. You could argue Levitt was all over him, but yeah, it's a little bit of an overthrow by Perkins. Obviously, you'd like to see him. Exactly. It's worth a shot. It's preseason, but he really balled out tonight, though. And Bryce Perkins went the distance. Perkins with 26 passes completed out of 39, 208 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, 86.3 passer rating. And he ran for 9 carries for 41 yards with a long of 11 yards rushing. They're going to go for an onside kick, which is a little bit of a surprise. And that's the ball game. So that is it. The Raiders are going to end up winning the preseason game number 2, 17-16. It's going to be your final score. The Rams will go to 0-2 on the preseason, leaving one more game to go against the Broncos. But I'm not really concerned, guys. I think you saw a lot of good things out of Perkins. I feel really good about Perkins as, QB3, and I think he's done enough to really make it tough for the Rams to cut him. That's the type of, preseason game you want to see out of him. Obviously, the interception, not the best on the box score, so to speak, and you don't like to see it. But at the same time, it's context. And I think really the coaching staff was saying go and take a shot downfield. And I'm sure that's all that was. So, yeah, exactly. It's a win. We didn't see too many bad injuries. Hopefully Raymond Calais checks out okay. He did not come back in the game. Bummer for him, was his opportunity to finally play the running back spot, but we did see a lot of Xavier Jones. The final box score here, the final stats, I'll just read them out to you. We have Bryce Perkins going 26 of 39, 208 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, was sacked once for 6 yards, and had 86.3 passer rating to go with his 9 carries for 41 yards rushing. Xavier Jones had 7 carries for 29 yards, averaging 4.1 yards per carry, including a long of 12. And let's not forget Jake Funk, who also had 7 carries for 56 yards, going for an average of 8 yards per carry on a 19-yard long, which is the longest run of the day. We had Tutu Atwell taking 1 carry for -2 yards, and we had Raymond Calais taking 3 carries for 5 yards, including a long run of 4. The receiving game, we had our leading receiver, J.J. Koski, coming in with 8 catches for 61 yards. We had Landon Akers coming in with 5 catches for 49 yards. Tutu Atwell coming in with 8 catches for 46 yards. And we saw Xavier Jones get a catch for 10 yards. Kendall Blanton a catch for 9 yards. Bryson Hopkins 2 catches for 31 yards. Jacob Harris come down with 1 catch for 2 yards and a touchdown. On the defensive side of the ball, we did get to see some contributions. The most tackles for anybody on the defensive side was Ernest Jones with 6. We saw 1.5 sacks from Chris Garrett, the rookie. Eric Banks chimed in with a sack, and a half sack went to Jonah Williams. Tackle for loss, we had 4 on the day. Eric Banks, 1 for Chris Garrett, 1 for Bobby Brown III, and 1 for John Daka. We had 2 pass breakups for J.R. Reed, 2 pass breakups for Chris Garrett, 1 for Christian Roseboom, 1 for Bronte Harris, and 1 for Juju Hughes. A quarterback hit was actually went to Eric Banks. We had 3 quarterback hits going to Chris Garrett, 1 going to Jonah Williams. And then to wrap it up here, we had 2 interceptions. 1 went to J.R. Reed, and 1 went to Bronte Harris. So that is everything there for the stats. All in all, the winner of the day, I think, was Chris Garrett. He really showed his ability to translate from D2 to actually play. Anyone can knock preseason, but when Chris Garrett is going up, a 7th-round rookie pass rusher is going up against Patrick Omame, who is not great by any stretch, but he's an NFL quality player. He's been in the league for 9 years now. If you're going to say that he just went up against Patrick Omame, you're not understanding the broader implications here. Chris Garrett proved today that his talent is not only going to translate from D2, but he has a chance to actually play early on in the regular season this year, going up against an actual former NFL starter. So I feel really good about that. Bryce Perkins, to me, played really well. Obviously, there's some kinks there where, he threw that interception. There are some missed throws. He's going to have them, but you see the comfortability of him in the offense. John Wolford has the QB2 spot locked up clearly, but Bryce Perkins is definitely making a case for them to keep 3 if they weren't considering it. Saw some good things out of Xavier Jones and what he can do out of the backfield. He did have a potential touchdown taken away due to an offensive hold. That is something to keep in mind. On top of that, Jake Funk looked really good today, especially the 19-yard run. You see the jolt in Jake Funk, and you can see why the Rams aren't exactly worried about the running back position. They're not out there trying to find a go-to running back right now. They feel good with what they have. Jake Funk has actually taken over the running back 3 spot, and I don't think they expected that when they drafted him. But they also have Raymond Calais. We'll see how his injury checks out. That's definitely something to keep in mind. To me, the tight ends, I think Jacob Harris wasn't used as much as you would have liked to see. I think a lot of that is they're holding back truly what Jacob Harris can do, because I think they're going to use him. He's going to have a role this year. I do like that they tried him at the end. To me, that just basically, I wouldn't be surprised if they told Bryce Perkins to try to go after Jacob Harris both times. Try to get him those reps, see what he does with them. Now, in this day, this time period right now, we're seeing tight ends become more focal points of offenses. And I think the Rams are not ahead of the curve because you already have your George Kittles, your Travis Kelce's, your Darren Wallers. But I think that pick was trying to get them on that level, get them competing in that regard. So I'm not surprised, they've been going that route. Looking at the receivers, pretty good day out of Landon Akers. I think he's earned his spot on the practice squad. I think that's a guy that they'll want to keep. At this point, I think Jeremiah Haydell is going to be one of the cuts that they make to get down to the 80-man roster. I do think that J.J. Koski has also done enough to make the practice squad, but it's going to be up to if Tristan Jackson plays in week 3 of the preseason. it's going to be up to those two, I think, because Skoranek can't make the roster. He is hurt. He's not going to play for the first however many weeks, broken forearm. So I do think they're keeping an extra receiver, and I think it's going to be between Landon Akers, J.J. Koski, and Tristan Jackson after, of course, Tutu Atwell. So I'm curious to see where that goes. I thought today Landon Akers' stock rose. I thought J.J. Koski just kind of showed you what he can do, leading the receivers today. And then, of course, the offensive line, pretty bad. I'm going to have to go and look at the tape for sure to be able to tell you who really played well and who didn't. It's really hard when, bodies are flying everywhere. But I can tell you right now, number 71, Bobby Evans, is on the chopping block right now. He is not in good shape. I understand he was a third-round pick, but sometimes you realize that a guy just isn't cutting it. And I don't think all of a sudden he went from being the starting right guard in minicamp to not being a starter. I don't think that had as much to do with Brian Allen earning his way as the center as it did with them being that worried about Bobby Evans. Because today, I'm sorry, in the fourth quarter, you're telling me in the fourth quarter, Bobby Evans is playing against guys that aren't even going to be on the roster, and you're telling me he can't stay in there and help out Bryce Perkins in the pocket? That's unacceptable to me. So I'm definitely worried about, Bobby Evans not making the team. I'm worried about him if he does make the team. To me, I'm crossing him off my list as depth. I think the Rams lost a piece today. I think, we kind of had a feeling that could happen, but consider me a Bobby Evans truther. I'm sorry if that offends anyone. I'm not trying to hate on the guy personally, but, my job here is to keep it real and be honest, and I don't think they have a true depth piece in Bobby Evans. I think they have a guy that's versatile, as in he can play tackle and guard, but I don't think he can play it that well. Tremaine Ankrum, had some moments, but I also am really curious to see Tremaine Ankrum if he were to have to step into a game in the regular season with the starters, how good he would look. Because as bad as Bobby Evans was today, keep in mind, Tremaine Ankrum was playing next to him. It's the Joe Barksdale, Davin Joseph effect. If you guys remember Davin Joseph playing right guard, Joe Barksdale playing right tackle, Barksdale all of a sudden went from being really good to really struggling. And if you don't have a running mate next to you that can play at the same level you're playing, hate to break it to you, but your play is going to go down with him most of the time. So that was an issue there. Like I said, I'll have to look more into it. Due to the injury of Ankrum, who I think was expected to start the rest of the game, we did actually end up seeing Chandler Brewer, who's normally a left guard. He went over to right tackle, which is another, kind of crazy thing. Why didn't Evans play right tackle? He actually was drafted as a tackle. So a lot of confusion there. Noteboom not getting in any of these games is a really good sign for him long term. They might really just value him as the heir to the throne after Whitworth. So I feel really confident that Noteboom is going to be the sixth man this year for the offensive line. And I feel really confident in Ankrum. The fact he can play all five positions. They keep raving about him. He didn't have the best game today, and he did get hurt. But last week, he was one of the bright spots. So I feel good about him. We already touched on the tight ends a little bit with Jacob Harris, but I will say, Bryson Hopkins made a few plays where might help his case a little bit. I still think he's a little bit too close to the borderline of making the roster than I'd like him to be. But you do see, some flashes there of his ability getting open. He was not an ultra, but a pretty athletic receiving tight end coming out of college. So, I definitely liked that he was getting the opportunities today. Kendall Blanton, good to get that touchdown. For him, I definitely think Blanton is probably a practice squad candidate. I don't necessarily see him knocking Bryson Hopkins off the rosters because I don't think he has the long-term upside and potential that, say, a Hopkins does. But I definitely think Jacob Harris is ahead of Hopkins, with that. Moving on to the defensive side of the ball, I thought you saw some really great things out of Chris Garrett. We already talked a little bit about it, but I see people are joining late here. Chris Garrett straight up was a man amongst boys today. Okay? He did exactly what we saw last week with Lawler. Lawler drew the long straw there. He had to go up against, the rough, tough left tackle, or rather right tackle for the Raiders. and Alex Leatherwood, their first-round pick out of Alabama. And I thought he did a nice job, Leatherwood, at stopping a guy that just absolutely toasted the Chargers last week in Justin Lawler. Lawler played for a bit and really didn't do much. A guy that came in to replace him, Ernest Brown, didn't do much against, the guy that replaced Leatherwood. So there wasn't a ton going on there, but the other side of the defensive line, you got a lot of pressure from, Chris Garrett. But the thing that was great about Chris Garrett is the active hands. If you're not going to get to the quarterback, get your hands up and knock the ball down. And that's what Harris did. Having 2 pass breakups as an edge defender is very impressive. And it shows you he's not just a pass rusher either. It shows you that he can do a little bit of everything. We talked about the coverage skills he had against, the Cowboys in the joint practice. Felt really good about what he did in that, environment. And then, of course, I thought he played pretty well against the Chargers, albeit I don't think he played a ton. But then you get to see him, in action starting, against the Raiders tonight, and I thought he looked great. So the game ball would definitely go to Chris Garrett. I thought you saw some good things out of John Daka. Potentially could make a practice squad, probably going to get cut, but he did have a nice tackle for a loss. Applying pressure. Once again, Jonah Williams to me stood out in the defensive line. I think Jonah Williams has done a really nice job throughout camp and throughout preseason. To me, if Jonah Williams makes the roster, I wouldn't be shocked. I think he's outplayed Eric Banks, who did have a pretty good day today. I think he's outplayed Marquise Copeland, and I think he's outplayed Michael Hoyt. So if you're looking for that last guy to make the defensive line, if there is a spot available, to me, I would give it to Jonah Williams, who's just continued to up the ante and has played better, every time I see him. Moving on, of course, to the outside, or not the outside linebackers, the inside linebackers. Was a little bummed today with Jake Gervais. That's been my guy. I don't think he had the best day. He does show that athleticism, that raw athletic ability, and why they transferred him to linebacker. But I think that's going to be, and maybe it was ignorant for me to just immediately think he would make an impact, because athleticism is great and all, but he's been playing safety for so long. To transfer to linebacker, unless you're Mark Barron, it's really hard to do that. And so for him, I think he's a very intriguing prospect for the Rams that you're going to want to have on your practice squad. You're going to want to develop and actually see if he can play the linebacker position, have him come back next year and try out and see if, you can make that work. And I do think you can. So I wouldn't give up on him today. I understand a lot of people are saying cut Gervais. You're not wrong. But what I would say is that keep him on the practice squad, let him develop with the coaching staff, and let him learn, and give him an opportunity to compete next year, see how well the strides he's made. You converted him to linebacker. So let's see if that linebacker position, he can actually make that change. It doesn't happen overnight. So, I would say give him another year, and, potentially we'll see what comes of it. He's still young. I believe he's 24 years old. So this isn't a guy that isn't incapable. And on top of that, he's already played in the NFL. He actually suited up for the Rams-Jets game. So, I think that is what I would say about Gervais. Roseboom had a hell of a play in coverage. Now, they actually decided to not suit up Kenny Young or Troy Reeder, which to me tells me that they've made the roster. It is interesting that they suited up Micah Kaiser, but they might have been experimenting him with the green dot since he didn't use it last year because John Johnson used it. So him, Ernest Jones, Gervais, Roseboom, and then Traven Howard, who immediately just blew off the page because Traven Howard just shows up on film. When you look at that speed, the sideline-to-sideline ability, it's not hard to see why they like Traven Howard. And I definitely think he'll make the roster. Not worried about that at all. So Traven Howard, I thought, definitely showed you some potential there. Kaiser didn't really stand out to me. He stood out to me in the joint practice against the Cowboys. As I said, he was one of the winners of that day. Ernest Jones made a couple of huge plays, including the one near the goal line that put him at 4th and goal. That was a hell of a stop there to get in there and make a play on Peterman. So the linebackers, overall, you want to see better from them, but I thought Roseboom came out looking the best of the day. Since Traven didn't play a ton, Roseboom came in crunch time. I thought he made a huge play. I believe it was on a 3rd down. coming away with that pass breakup was absolutely huge near the end zone there. So that's what I would say in that regard. The corners, it's tough. I'm not watching all 22 film. We're all watching that, that Gamecast film, right? We're seeing the regular broadcast, we're seeing the broadcast picture. So it's hard to really evaluate the corners. But what I would say is that, I liked some of the stuff I saw from Bronte Harris. I liked that he stayed with, it was Keelan Doss down the sideline on that play. And I gave him crap immediately because it looked like he didn't cover him, but that's one of those things all 22 will show you. He was right there. And on the replay, you see Keelan Doss give him the shove, and then something I never saw ever before, Keelan Doss pushed off and then dropped the pass and actually ended up getting picked off by Bronte Harris. Stock rose for him today, I think. Last week he got picked on. Today he got picked on. But you know what? I thought he really did a nice job hanging there, just like last week. But he's able to come away with an interception. That's always nice to see. Kareem Orr, I haven't really seen a ton of. Again, very quiet, but, he is out there. That's also a good thing. I didn't see, someone just mentioned Robert Rochelle. I didn't see any of Rochelle. He was supposed to play and suit up. I didn't see any of him. It's just one of those things I have to go back and watch because you just can't see a ton. But I will say that Juju Hughes looks a lot better than everyone else in the back end of the secondary, as does J.R. Reed. And if you want to make the argument to keep a guy that maybe you didn't expect to keep, I think 100% the Rams have to consider keeping both of those safeties, despite having some outstanding depth, despite having potentially 4 starting caliber safeties in Burgess, in Rapp. You have Fuller and Nick Scott. But here's the thing. All 4 of them have had some sort of injury scare recently. Fuller missed games. Burgess was out for the year. Rapp missed games. And, of course, Scott is now, iffy for week 1. That's the argument I would give to keep those guys, Juju Hughes and J.R. Reed. You're not going to get them on the practice squad. You're not, because you know who's going to pick them up? I think Detroit Lions will pick them up. I mean, they worked hands-on with Aubrey Pleasant's group, so I don't feel confident that they would make it through waivers, but that's just me on that. Touched a lot on all of that. Final thoughts on the special teams I can't really say because unfortunately, while there was going to be this crazy punter battle, it looked like with Bajorquez versus Johnny Hecker. In case you did not know, due to COVID constraints, they were not able to play. So Matt Gay took the reins, and Matt Gay, if we're looking over here, had 4 punts for an average of 42, a long of 50. He got better each punt. I thought he looked good. I would say all in all, though, the Rams have a lot of good to come from this. I'll have to go back and watch the tape as far as the corners go, and just in general, I like going back and seeing the all 22 if it's there. But I don't feel too worried about the Rams. Aside from the offensive line, I would definitely say you want to see better. But the best thing that I can give you, the best hope as far as uplifting motivation type of comments about the offensive line is that when you have depth, and I said this during the stream, but if you missed it, when you have depth, okay, on the offensive line, if Ankrum is coming in, he's coming in to play with the offensive line. So he's not coming in with the group he played with tonight. Same thing with Evans, same thing with Chandler Brewer, any of those guys. You have to keep that in mind. So while obviously the backups didn't look great, I think Ankrum would look a lot better if he was playing next to Corbett, if he was playing next to Allen, if he was playing next to all those starters. I think Ankrum would look better. That's my point. And so I do think that's important to keep in mind, is that just because those guys come in and they're backups or what have you, does not mean the whole backup group is coming in to take over for the offensive line. So, yeah, all in all, there weren't a ton of injuries. I just wrapped up everything in a bow, I think. I'll take any questions that you guys may have. Might actually clip that and release it as a separate video to kind of just give, my thoughts to anyone who doesn't want to watch a nearly 4-hour long watch party. But I mean, guys, you've been amazing. We're at 68 viewers right now. We had we're over 5,600 viewers in total for the stream. So it's been a fun time. I was really looking forward to this, and it did not disappoint. So the hope is that we'll continue to build that viewership. The season comes, and, we'll be able to do that. I'm a little bit out of juice, though, as far as Madden. It sounds more closer to bedtime. Maybe just, eat some ice cream and then go to bed. That way I can get up early and make some content for you. Downtown Rams podcast is coming to you tomorrow. Going to go in depth with the game, if I didn't already, with my co-host who's coming back, Alexis Kraft. So that'll be fun. So you guys that listen to the podcast will have that. I'll have an article, my 10 takeaways from this game on downtownrams.com because I am writing again. Feels weird to hear that. And we got a fun week ahead, at least for me, because you guys have been asking about my job search and whatnot. I have a bunch of this is what happens at the end of the night. I just get gassed, right? No, I have a bunch of interviews next week. So the hope is that I'll have a job pretty soon. I understand. It's probably, like, people are asking me why I quit my job. You guys already know the answer to that. I don't have to go too much into detail, but things are going well for me. Appreciate y'all so much. And, thank you so much, AZZA. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Will Cox. Appreciate you as well. Yeah, man, it's I'm seeing you there, Rams House. It is definitely a lot. Tired. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's definitely a lot, Watch parties, they're fun as hell, but anytime you're streaming, you're definitely going to go through a lot because, the emotions and everything. I mean, I didn't know. It's weird. I didn't think I'd do play-by-play. I thought I'd really but, I mean, you guys seem to like my play-by-play. I'm not saying that I have, these aspirations to be a play-by-play guy, but, $200? Damn, you're lucky. That's pretty awesome, though. Oh, man. I wonder how this would do in a regular season setting. Whew. Pretty crazy, though. Anyone have any final questions before I head out of here? What's up, D-Sauce? Talib? Hold on one second. So, Jordan Rodriguez reporting it wasn't initially the plan for Bryce Perkins to play the entire game, said Sean McVay, but he liked how Perkins was operating in the flow of the game and wanted to keep him in. Raymond Clay, ankle foot will need surgery per McVay. Tremaine Ankrum got his ankle rolled up on. McVay thinks he's okay. So that's that. Yeah, Wolford is safe for QB2. I think they're just, they're trying to get him comfortable, the speed of the game. I get it. Use him underneath. Make it easy for Perkins, but make it easy for Atwell. Because they just want to get the ball in, get him the ball in his hands. Thoughts on Juju Hughes? I thought he was impressive. This is somebody I think definitely has made it hard for the Rams to cut. On top of it, J.R. Reed God, I can't say enough about J.R. Reed. And I'll say this over and over again. J.R. Reed has that... I'm not saying it's going to make a big difference, but Joe DeCamillis has worked with him before. And what do you think Reed is mainly going to play on come the NFL season if he makes the roster? Special teams. Who's the special teams coordinator? Joe DeCamillis. So I do think when Joe DeCamillis comes to bat, he is in the room, the war room, and they're deciding how to fill out their roster. Not deciding. I mean, these guys pound the table. They yell at each other. It gets kind of crazy from what I was told. But Joe DeCamillis is going to pound the table for J.R. Reed because of, they have that familiarity, his ability on special teams, and his ability on the defense. But on top of that, J.R. Reed is doing more, just like Juju Hughes. They're doing more in the defense. So now they're going to have Raheem Morris on their side. And, Coach Evero. Evero is probably going to have their back as well. So, I just think things are going well for them. I don't know how much they'll play in preseason game 3, but I definitely am going to have a hard time keeping them off the roster. See, Chantry, I've been saying it for a while. I think the Seahawks would absolutely take Perkins. Waldron and Andy Dickerson are from the Rams. And Waldron is their OC, and Andy Dickerson's the run game coordinator. Forget about it. In the end of the day, Tutu is wide receiver 5 now, and he'll be more of a gadget player until his pole position improves. Exactly. Exactly, Wilcox Sports. I mean, really what it comes down to is this. Atwell is going to be a position. He's going to play a role that Deshaun Jackson actively plays right now. So, essentially, Deshaun Jackson, unless he gets hurt, or they don't bring him back next year, that's Tutu's role. But right now it's Deshaun Jackson's role. They've created another starting role, and they, like Sean McVay said, they feel like they have 4 starting receivers, because they do. Absolutely. You could 100% see Perkins' progress as the game went on. I think that's why Sean McVay made that executive decision to keep him in. You're impressed with Hughes' tenacity. Reminds you of McLeod back in St. Louis. They both wear 23, too. I wonder how that works. Cam Akers technically is 23. But if he's hurt, I guess Juju Hughes could wear 23. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I like that they went for the win. I like that they were aggressive. I'm going to look it up, but they went for 4th down a boatload of times. Yeah, they went to... Okay, so the Rams were 4 of 5 on 4th down. The Rams and Raiders both had 11 drives. The Rams had 4.9 yards per play. Rams had 22 first downs to the Raiders 13. The Rams had 331 yards to the Raiders 229. The Rams ran 67 plays to the Raiders 49. This is my thing. It's really interesting. Their 3rd down efficiency rate, 2 of 10 for the Raiders, 2 of 13 for the Rams. I mean, aside from that, you can't tell me the Rams didn't dominate this game. The penalties are really what kept the Raiders in it. The Rams had a possession of 35-21 to the Raiders 24-39. The Rams had the ball the majority of the game. I mean, the 10 penalties for 84 yards is what hurt them. I mean, that's really what hurt them. I agree. Perkins, I mean, there were times where Perkins was forced to make a play that was not there. I mean, they really were. I mean, I said it during the stream. You guys know how I feel. I just think throwing penalty after penalty like that, throwing flag after flag, I just think is lame. You're not who the fans came to see. This is entertainment. I mean, if you're constantly throwing flags, John Madden said there's a flag on every play. You could throw a flag on literally every play. Holding is on every single play. It's just how you justify what holding is. It's how you interpret it. But if you're going to call it every single time, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. This is in the regular season. I understand you have to get your flags thrown out there, and you have to. There's probably a quota that they have to meet. But I mean, to throw 14 flags, 10 of which are on one team, is pretty ridiculous to me. And that, oh god, the taunting rule. I'm just hoping that they started looking at Aaron Donald this year, kind of like Wilcox brought up. He's held on every play. So if you're going to call that many penalties, then you better start throwing flags when Aaron Donald is being held. I mean, essentially, the final play of the game, Levitt was not giving. I mean, it's an overthrow, so it would have been deemed probably uncatchable. But the final play of the game, Harris is being held by Levitt. He has to let him go at some point. What I pointed out is Amik Robertson, when he was holding on to Landon Akers, that was just a great play by Amik Robertson, because what Amik Robertson did was he was holding on to Landon Akers, but he held on to him until about the 5 yards, and then he let him go. That is within the rule book. You can do that. He just did that perfectly. He waited until the 5 yards, let go, and then made a play on the ball. But Levitt, literally was just hanging on to Jacob Harris at the end. So, yeah, it's funny. I cannot wait for football, but I can wait for referees, because they absolutely ruin the game for me. I sit there and I'm like, who enjoys this? The penalties are outrageous. And somehow they get worse every year, it seems like. Tony, I got the Rams going 15-2. Oh, by the way, kind of a weird line, but the Raiders were 6.5 point favorites. So if you bet the Rams plus 6.5, then you won. I don't know why they were that high. Attendance for the game, 96%. 68,834 were in attendance at a 71,500 capacity stadium. Yeah, the replacement refs. Oh my god. Fair enough. It was so bad. I mean, those are whack odds. 6.5 point favorites, the Raiders in preseason? Well, the game's on right now, and the Buccaneers aren't playing Tom Brady. So I understand that, but preseason does matter. Don't let anyone tell you that it doesn't matter. Preseason absolutely matters. Without preseason, Russell Wilson probably never would have happened as quickly as he did. And honestly, I don't know how good Russell Wilson would have been, because I think Russell Wilson was the best because it was baptism by fire. They threw him in immediately. If you remember with Russell Wilson, Matt Flynn was their quarterback. He had a monster Week 17 performance for the Packers. I think he threw 6 touchdowns in that game against the Lions. And then the next year, Seattle signed him to a huge contract. So Flynn became the starter. And then they got Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. They let Russell Wilson play in the preseason. Russell Wilson, the meaningless preseason, went off to the point where it forced coaches to actually change their decision. The general manager who basically signed Matt Flynn had to sign off on it, but they deemed that it made more sense to start the third-round pick, Russell Wilson, than it did to start Matt Flynn. So, as history knows, Matt Flynn never started a game for the Seattle Seahawks because preseason, that doesn't matter, actually does matter, and it actually propelled Russell Wilson to start. And now what Russell Wilson ended up doing with that is winning a Super Bowl and becoming one of the best quarterbacks in football. You can say preseason doesn't matter, but preseason is where these guys get an opportunity to make mistakes and learn from them. Again, baptism by fire. So, you know, Bryce Perkins is another guy. I mean, if the Rams cut him and he ends up going somewhere and having success, I won't be surprised. We see it a lot. Preseason is more important than people realize. And that's why cutting a preseason game out of the season so we can have another regular season game makes absolute zero sense. Makes about as much sense as having 53 men on a roster. You're playing football. Are you kidding me? I did. Chris Garrett was awesome. Yeah. NBA bubble refs. What was the year the Rams drafted Sam Bradford? Huh. I don't know what was going on with my boom arm, but it was pissing me off. Yeah, I didn't know Garrett in the draft process. If you guys remember when I had Devin Jackson on, he actually interviewed him. He knew him. He liked him. So, I mean, I trust Devin there. But then as soon as they drafted him, I went and I looked at his stuff. Pretty much all he has out there are highlights, and I was pretty confident the Rams made the right decision to grab a guy that dominated D2 in the 7th round. That's exactly when you would draft a guy like that. I do remember Jonas Gray. He had 4 touchdowns, went off, everyone picked him up in fantasy, and then the next week he fumbled, and they benched him the whole game, and I don't even think he played again. How many games do I think Terrell Lewis plays? Hopefully 10, at least. But I'm not really confident he even plays 10. Those knees are just, they're a problem. He's got 2 knee braces on. That's just not a good look. I mean, Perkins could easily replace Wolford. If the Rams don't want to bring Wolford back for whatever reason, or Wolford doesn't want to come back because he thinks he can start, then yeah. I mean, he absolutely could. I mean, I don't think you're wrong, Julian. That's what I have. But they're both my favorite teams, so take that as you will. Yeah, Garrett looked really good. No, I haven't really been looking into 2022 draft prospects at all. But if you're looking for good content, we got draft content on downtownrams.com. And I would also give a shout out to what they're doing over at risendraft.com. Bunch of friends of mine are doing some great things over there. Ryan Roberts runs that, former Downtown Rams writer. So if you are interested in the 2022 draft class, that's probably where I would send you. I think Banks looked good. I really think Jonah Williams has just really blown up to me. He's been fun to watch. He makes some big splash plays, consistently getting pressure. I mean, Lewis is clearly going to make the roster because he's not playing. He's apparently a healthy scratch, but, you know, this is probably the last season. If he doesn't do anything, then, you know. But I don't know because they stuck with Justin Lawler, so I guess anything's possible. You like Malik Willis from Liberty? I still like Ritter. That's really all I've watched because I thought Ritter was coming out last year. Tutu says he is fine, no injuries though. He did get banged up a couple times out there. He had his ankle taped up. He did come back in, and I don't see tape now. Yeah, as far as anybody saying that John Wolford, let's see. Yeah, if anybody's saying that John Wolford's backup role is in jeopardy, I would just say this: he's fine unless you do see him play. If you start seeing him play with Bryce Perkins, then I think that could be telling. But I think he's pretty fine. As much as I like Bryce Perkins, I do think there's a drop-off because he still has to learn. He has a lot to learn. He's fun. I love the guy. But he's got a lot of growth to have. He can't, you know. Like, Wolford has played in a season. Like, he's played in a regular season game. He played in a playoff game. I mean, albeit it was short because, you know, Jamal Adams and his BS hit. But, you know, you saw when Wolford was confident, he was letting that thing fly. It doesn't work that way with Perkins. They were really babying Perkins a bit, you know, having him go short and intermediate. So, you know, I think it's a little way too early to start putting Wolford's job in jeopardy. To say after next season or after this season, Wolford may want to go somewhere else and try to have an opportunity to start since he's not going to start over Stafford, that's realistic. But to say that right now his job is in jeopardy, I think that's just a little too premature. What's up, CMDR? Yeah, it was definitely a fun preseason. I enjoyed it. The LinkedIn. We're still live. We just hit 6,000 viewers for the stream, so thank you guys for making that possible. We're still over 60 viewers. We're hanging out around this time, so pretty good stuff. It just hit 2 a.m. on the East Coast. I'll probably be cutting it soon, but... What's up, Boondy? I am at some point. I'm going to, as far as the 53-man roster goes, I'm probably going to do that closer to the deadline. So the deadline is August 31st, so I'll probably have it next week, like later next week. So right now it's the 22nd. So this time next week, we'll have Sunday, August 29th, and then that'll be right around the time I'd release it. But we're going to have our watch party August 28th. Have some fun doing it. We had a great time tonight. Again, like I said, we're just shooting over 6,000 total views on the stream. Now we'll see how much YouTube credits me with. You guys know how it is. I've told you before. We've gotten over 3,000 views, and they've given me like 1.4 views, 1.4K views when I got off it. So we'll see. We'll probably do a little bit of both. I think Blaine is going to do an article. It's going to be a video for me, Scott. That you can guarantee. So we're going to do a video on here. And right now, it sounds to me like the Rams can keep 17. Maximilian Percher is he's the 17th. He hasn't had any opportunity to play, but at this point, I'd be interested to see him over some of the guys that have been playing. Much better than the last game. What's up, Faith Family Football? You're welcome. I enjoy doing this with you guys. I mean, you know, I'm a big believer in engagement, and it's why it's funny I get asked all the time, why do you follow so many people on Twitter? Why is your ratio so weird? Why aren't you one of those check marks that only follows like under 1,000 people? Because quite honestly, I don't care, and I like talking to people, and I like getting to know people. I feel like I have a great community here, so I like to be engaging. It's that simple. I mean, Devlin Hodges is very likely to make the practice squad if they keep 3 because of COVID. No, Matt Gay was pretty solid as a punter. He got better each time. 34 yards, then 40, and I think he got close to a 50-yarder. Not bad. J.J. Koski doing some good things, but I didn't see Tristan Jackson. Jackson's knee is acting up, so he was actually held out. I try, Richard. I try. Thank you, Pam. Appreciate that. I try to make it as entertaining, engaging, and fun as I can. I understand watch parties can be a little weird. It feels awkward at times, but, you know, just think of it as like a regular JE live show. And it's a talk show. I'm talking to you guys, and I'm just watching the game. I mean, what I tend to do, and you guys let me know if you like it or not, but I tend to do play-by-play commentary because I get into it. I have a mic in front of me. I don't know what you guys expect. It's hard, man. You know, you have a mic in front of you, you're watching the game, and you're like, man, I mean, when I was little, I used to do play-by-play all the time just over video games, so now you're giving me a mic. Oof. I couldn't do play-by-play commentary mainly because I stutter too much. Because I talk really quickly at times, and I can't get all my words out there. You enjoyed it? Oh, cool. Yeah, you know, I try. I mean, I know we're all seeing the same thing, but you know, there were times where I threw tidbits out there before they threw the tidbits out there. Like the Eric Banks thing. It's funny. I didn't realize it until I was watching it. And I can't really hear it that well because I have my headphones on, but, you know, it's good stuff, man. Well, I'm going to get going. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for not only, you know, chilling with me tonight, but, you know, making it a night. You know, it was a lot of fun. I love, you know, commenting with you guys and, you know, talking and doing all sorts of stuff. We'd do them in stream if I had any bit of energy left, but I don't. I'm really tired, so you know, I really do appreciate you guys, like, for real. The donations, really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for donating. Thank you guys who donated for my grandfather. You know, that's still going on. You know, so I really do appreciate that. Just you know, a lot going on, and I just appreciate the support. So fun night tonight. We'll be back in full force next weekend for our watch party, but we're gonna have plenty of content between now and then. Sunday, you can expect a DTR podcast from Alexis and I recapping the game, things that stood out. You can expect a 10 takeaway article on Downtown Rams from yours truly. And then throughout the week, you should be able to expect various content, all sorts of stuff. So, you know, and then of course we'll have what the hell's it called? What If on Wednesday, which I want to do videos on, but I've been so I've just been so busy. So, you know, really do appreciate you guys. You guys have been amazing, and everyone stay safe. I will talk to you guys soon, and you guys take care. Later.